Good evening, all. It's NCommander, and today we are going to be playing with FreeDOS. Also, there's going to be no background music on this stream because I've gone content ID'd as of late. So, uh, hopefully my voice didn't surprise everyone because there was none of the usual ambient background music that I normally do. It's one of those things I need to look into. So, for today's stream, what we're going to be doing is a bit of research for something that I want to create. Basically, I want to create a boot disk, which makes installing older versions of Windows on vintage machines much easier. Oh, good, the chat box overlay is actually working. I guess I actually had to go live to make it work. So, the plan today is to see if this idea is even possible, because Windows and FreeDOS kind of have a interesting, let's see here. So, wow, my brain completely just skipped the track. Windows has historically had problems running with FreeDOS. Even installing oftentimes has not always worked historically, so I don't know what the current state of it is. There are some patches that may help, but I want to see what the current state of installing Windows from FreeDOS is, and if that works, we're going to build off that. The end result is essentially going to be an image that, essentially, I want to be able to sell this as an actual floppy disk that will be in a soon-to-come store, but we first got to see if we can actually make something. So, before the stream, I did start setting up not FreeDOS, 86 box, because this is basically what I'm going to be using as a development test bed. So I need to do the CMOS setup, save and load settings, and then we can start loading in floppies. So hopefully this is going to start this should start and then tell me to insert a disk if I actually did all the setup correctly. Okay. I've been clean shaven for a while. I don't know, it's actually been quite a while. I think I went clean. It's been about a year. So there's that. Well, this is off to a great start. Why isn't it booting? You know, I thought the problem was going to be actually actually testing FreeDOS, but maybe the first challenge is actually getting 86 box to start. Is it doing anything? Like, status bar? It's apparently trying to read the hard drive. And failing. Okay. And this is why, alright, so now I gotta go into the settings and figure out a working combination of things, because obviously it's not going to be that easy. Because of course it's not that easy. Why would it be? Let me try using a Pentium chip. Sometimes the CPU type you choose can have effects. NVRAM, let's go into setup. Okay. All that looks good. You know what, let me just do auto configure with optimal settings, save and exit. I might have to try a different BIOS. Alright, there's the memory test. And it hangs. Alright, so yeah, I mean, you know, at least the audio worked in the first try. Alright. So, let me put desktop view on so we can go for the steps of interactively reconfiguring this. So let's go into settings. Let's see if we can find a working configuration. You know, like, this is, like, the goal for what I'm building is going to be basically mid-90s to early 2000s computers that had a floppy disk but can't necessarily boot from CD-ROM. Like, let's try, I don't know. Let's try a Packard Bell. I think I've used this configuration successfully in the past. Ooh, well, that's a different screen resolution. All right, F1, entering setup. Okay, yep, setup. Why is it in such a wonky resolution? Like, what video card did it... It's a Trident video card, alright. Do I have something less weird? Like, this should be supported. Video mode, EGA, CGA... Oh, wait a minute, it's probably the scaling options why it's a little bit off. Let me... There we go. Alright. So, boot options, boot from floppy, boot from hard drive, system prompt, that's all good. That's all good. Alright, let's try save settings. Let's see if it'll actually boot this time. Okay. There we go. There we go. That's progress. Alright. Of course, my old nemesis, changing screen resolutions, has come back, but I'm going to use the floppy disk version of FreeDOS, which of course is not in my working directory. It's probably still in my downloads folder. No, it's still a zip file because I didn't actually extract all the files. I actually intended to do this stream yesterday, and I woke up with a splitting migraine that lasted, you know, like, it lasted for almost a day and a half. Like, it was miserable. I think part of it's because of the heat. Last year, this apartment became almost unlivable because of the heat. I've got air conditioning now, which I didn't have last year. But my living room has a fire escape, so I can't put a window unit here. So I've only got a little portable one. All right, so there we go. So let's start getting FreeDOS installed. Like, we might actually have to compile a new FreeDOS kernel. So DOSBox doesn't emulate a full PC. DOSBox is it was originally designed to basically run old DOS games, so it really just implements a small fraction of what you need. Over the more recent years, it's gotten more and more functionality that you can actually now run Windows under it, but 86box and its originator, PCM, emulates the entire machine all the way through. So, okay. So let's start by installing FreeDOS. Because this is basically going to be our development machine. Like, the default FreeDOS installer completely blows away the C drive. So yeah, let's reboot. And I have concerns because FreeDOS uses more modern stuff that it might have issues on. Well, I've seen problems with the partitioning tools. A few years ago at this point, Matt KC did a video of running Windows Millennium Edition on an iMac, and he tried using FreeDOS, and I remember he had some problems with it, but he did get it working. So I'm sort of kind of hoping it's just going to work, but I'm also not completely optimistic of that. So let's see here. Also, I don't think I put a CD-ROM drive in this VM, but again, we're using the floppy installer, so okay. Proceed. So now it's probably, yes, we want to format the drive. Okay, there it goes. Quick format. Yeah, see, that was what I was worried about. Right there where it says disk size FAT32. That means it'll only work with Windows 98 or Millennium Edition, because 95 doesn't support FAT32. The original OEM release of 95 doesn't support FAT32. The later 95B OSR2 does, if I remember correctly. You could also get it by installing the Microsoft Plus pack, which then had a tool that can convert FAT16 to FAT32. But that may also be based on the size of the hard drive, so like I said, there's going to be some interesting things to figure out here because if I am going to create a boot disk, I can't use Microsoft DOS. It's copyright. It's proprietary software. FreeDOS is GPL v2. As long as I ship the source code with it or make it available, I can redistribute it freely. So this solves the problem that pretty much every vintage computer depends on software that you can no longer commercially buy. Okay. Yeah. All right, let me catch up with chat here. So it is based on size. I looked at the documentation for format, and I didn't see a way to force FAT16. Part of what I'm worried I may have to do is we may have to extract what's called DAWs 7 off the Windows disk. Windows 95, 98, and Millennium Edition actually do ship with DAWs on the disk. It's also used as the first stage bootloader. And that's DAWs 7, 7.1, or 8 for Windows 95, 98, and Millennium Edition, respectively. There will not be an exam at the end of one. There will not be an exam at the end of this. But my train of thought derailing. Oh, the lack of sleep has been fun, but essentially, if I can't use FreeDOS for this, I could write a tool that could extract the master boot record, io.sys, and command.com off the Windows CD. Write that to the C drive, and then boot into a minimalist Microsoft DAWs 7 environment. There's actually a copy of DAWs, an unofficial DAWs 7 version. It was released by a group known as the Chinese DAWs Union. It's a very weird thing. They basically kit bashed components from various versions of MS-DOS and Windows to make a quote-unquote updated MS-DOS. So, okay. I have been feeling lethargic all day. One of my personal goals for the year was if I wasn't going to do videos, and unfortunately my life is still not in a state where I really think I can do so, although it's getting better, I wanted to be able to stream at least once a week. That kind of fell apart at the end of April, but, if I can still do it, I want to do as many as possibly. Yeah, so, chart reuse. I don't think I've actually ever tried to say your name out loud. I'm a little concerned that format.com on the Windows CD will not run with FreeDOS. To say that there's... I don't want to say there's complications, but just to say that there's deep voodoo involved is an understatement. Another option is to possibly use OpenDRDAWs 7. DRDAWs was in the process of being open sourced. The kernel, command.com, and a few other pieces were actually released under the GPL, but the process didn't finish because at the time DRDAWs was owned by Caldera, and then that got bought by the SCO Group, who was more notably known for starting the IBM SCO lawsuits. So. Yeah, so I believe that Windows 95 should completely Windows 9X should completely override the version of DOS we have on the hard drive. And ultimately, this is just going to be a boot floppy. The end result is that once I actually have the disk image built, I have already ordered a giant stack of 50 floppies. Oh, you know what? Someone just donated. Dagira, thank you for the $25 donation to the channel. So, I want to basically put this on a disc, and you can just buy it, and I'll send it to you in the mail. Basically taking out one of the larger headaches of getting vintage computers going, because for the 9X families, none of the retail releases could boot from CD. I think the OEM versions of Windows 98 Second Edition Millennium could, but the retail releases can't. as far as NT 2000 and XP can boot from CD, but I have a couple of machines that refuse to boot, that can't boot from CD at all, even though they post-date the El Torito boot standard. So, and this ultimately does actually solve a real-life problem for me. My main machine for doing PC stuff is actually my ThinkPad 380D. Because it's an IBM machine, it will run pretty much anything I throw at it without compatibility issues. Although anything later than 94, 95, you tend to have a lot less of that than early 90s. So there's that. Okay. Retail releases on demand. I could release it on CD. No. Chetrius, NT4 predates CD-ROM booting. It came with the free boot floppies. You can also start the installer from MS-DOS, but the CD-ROM itself is not bootable. So, yep. It should install on PC-DOS, because PC-DOS is just a branded version of IBM DOS. The major families of DOS is Microsoft DOS, which was the canonical release. That's what IBM contracted Microsoft to write. After the official IBM version was always called PC-DOS, and then there was the non-branded Microsoft DOS that became more dominant in the early 90s. That's DOS 5 and 6. Although I do think DOS 4 actually had an OEM, not an OEM, a non-branded release, because I know dumps of it exist, but I've never actually seen the retail packaging, so I'm not certain if that's actually the case. Okay. Yeah, so it's essentially going to be a 9X system boot disk. If I can find any free and open source diagnostic tools, I will also include that on the disk. I am... Oh, yeah. No, it is copying. Okay, never mind. So there's... what was I saying? Yeah, so as far... I actually have relatively few PCs. I have the compact portable. It's actually still in the filming desk behind me. I've got the ThinkPad. I've got the trash-picked Pentium, which I still have not actually put a heatsink on. I need to do that. I have the parts, I just haven't done it. And I have a few later XP machines, XP laptops, but I don't think I have the power brick for them. But I would have to go through all the boxes to see here. Yeah, that's also an option, but again, I can't redistribute Microsoft code, especially if I'm going to sell it on a physical floppy disk in a store. Like, that's just... no. What I'm hoping longer term is that there's actually quite a few vintage operating systems that have had their source code released over the years. So what I'd love to see is what I'd love to do is like have actual media for things like Coherent and Geos, both of which were released under... I think Geos is under GPL and Coherent is MIT. So it's completely... if I can rebuild those components from source, I could create a distribution and revive these operating systems. It's probably the best thing I could do to try and get people more interested in the, in the preservation and history thing, because you can't buy a vintage operating system unless you go on eBay. And while that's doable if you're in the United States, I know a lot of Europeans have trouble with that, because... or so I've been told, just like the pickings are slimmer. It doesn't need a fan. It really just needs a heat sink. I have the heat sink. I just need to put it on there. This is surprisingly slow, although it might be decompressing. Oh, you know what? It's decompressing, because I actually used the floppy disk installer on the Sun PCI. Wow, that was almost a year ago at this point, which really shows you how much time flies. And the Sun PCI had a very, very slow boot process. I think it took like an hour to install FreeDOS off 4 floppies. So that's the basic plan. I've actually already started setting up a Shopify store to do this. And I'd also like to add additional accessories like compact flash to IDE, and basically get to the point where you can basically just buy a vintage computer, toss in a CF IDE, throw in the disk, and throw in a copy of Windows, and it should be as about as turnkey as you want. Like, I would actually even go as far as adding unattended installation files, because the way the unattended file works is I can choose what questions to ask. So the only question I'd actually need to ask the user is for the product key. Like, I could completely make the installation run with no user input. It doesn't solve not the driver's issue, but as long as the CD-ROM drive works or USB ports work, if it's Windows 98 SE or later, that would go a long way, because 98 SE and Millennium Edition had built-in support for USB removable USB sticks. Let's see here. Existing image, so that's disk free. There we go. Well, one of the other things is, a lot of the, like I said, I'm hoping to see these things get back, more popular. So it's going to be a learning process, because it's going to be completely, like, when I looked at the when I first Googled on what it took to basically sell something, my brain kind of melted. And I'm pretty sure that the YouTube video that I'm going to do on this, because there will be a video if I actually succeed at this, will be a large part of what it took to set up the e-commerce side of things, because obviously I need to be able to accept payments, I need to be able to do shipments, and I need to be able to do customer support. I know there's some vintage tech YouTubers that do sell products, 8-Bit Guy being the big one, but relatively little has been said on, like, the back end stuff of it. So I think that might be a pretty interesting tangent to include, because ultimately speaking, vintage computing is going to become, there's not going to be a whole lot of new products coming out. It's really going to be small bit, I'd say cottage industry would be about the right term. It's just basically small people making one-off products, but every little bit helps. Yes, so MS-DOS 1.25 and 2.0 was open source, although the 2.0 source code is actually very messy. It's 3 different releases of MS-DOS. The OS2 Museum has a write-up of what's actually in that code, and it's not compilable as is. If the other product I want to do is, if, like, the logical follow-up is to do an 8088 version of this, simply because I know from personal experience how much of a pain it is to get 525 discs ran. Like, the compact portable, I had to use my SuperCard Plus to get boot disk when I first got it going. I now have actually, I actually did have the box. I had a box copy of PC-DOS 3.3, but at the time those disk drives were not working at all, and until I got an XT I didn't have a good way of even getting files onto that thing. So I would also look at doing a print-on-demand thing, but the logistics of setting up an online store is surprisingly difficult. Like, Patreon actually has a plan where they basically handle it all for you for a slightly higher cut. Like, Patreon, I think, takes 8% of my income from it. If I go to the merchandising plan, I think it goes up to 10. Those numbers don't sound 100% correct, but it's roughly in the right ballpark. So, call this the start of something interesting. My other big thing is, I think it's disk 5 I need. No, it's disk 4. Yeah, it's disk 4. I'm just personally, it's being able to grow the channel and also trying to get back on my personal feet. Like, for those who follow along on Patreon or more, it really got difficult in a lot of ways. My life has been going up and down. It's a lot why I had to stop doing videos. So any little bit really goes a long way for me. And while I do want to do more charity streaming, I also have to take into account the fact that I personally need to be able to eat. So it's a hard thing. And that also brings up the content ID thing. So at the very beginning, I mentioned I was having content ID problems. Last week on Monday and Tuesday, and I actually had to revive my Twitter account for this. I got content ID claims on 3 of my charity streams. It was the ones I did last December. They basically, which basically force monetized it. I made the choice not to run ads on those streams because they're for charity. It seems kind of, I don't know. I guess I didn't want to personally benefit off a charity fundraiser, although I guess there's nothing saying that I can't. But the content ID stream basically, the content ID claim basically force monetizes it and does not allow me to claim any revenue for it. So my options are to delete the stream or just deal with it. And I'm just kind of accepting it for what it is. Streambeats, who is the library that I use, has noted that this is a problem with multiple creators, and they are looking into it. So there isn't a lot I can do about it, because YouTube does not have an option for, you have a license for this music, but the content ID algorithm is misidentifying it. Because if I dispute the claim, I can either say all the content's original or I have a license for this content. It doesn't say I have a license for the content in this video and content ID is flat out wrong. And I have to actually sign a legal agreement. I have to sign a checkbox that's saying that I have legal rights. So I can't even dispute these claims. I actually sent messages to Team YouTube about this, but I just got the canned replies, and well, that's my YouTube event over. So yeah, Shopify actually isn't particularly bad. It's a flat rate plan to basically host the website, host the payment processing. Back in November, I incorporated specifically to be able to do things like this. Like, you don't technically need to have a company to sell something, but what may end up happening is if this ends up selling decently, I may make 100, 200, and then ship the whole thing to a fulfillment service so they can ship out the orders for me so I don't have to do it manually. And yeah, I heard about that. So also catching up with chat. My understanding was that even though it was only, the biggest problem was that 8-Bit Guy was losing money on the international shipments. And that's why I want to go for a very simple product. If I only ship a single flat OPI disk, it's less than 8 ounces, which means I can use the United States Postal Service's lowest plan. It means that for domestic U.S. shipping, I think it was $4.95 per package as a flat rate to all 50 states. International shipping gets quite a bit higher, but I'm still on the very lowest tier of shipping. So that was kind of the decision. If I do something like if I was to sell just a copy of the FreeDOS media, that's 6 floppy disks, I'd have to pay more. I also wouldn't be able to just ship it in a mailer. I'd probably have to put that in an actual box just to the size of it, and probably wrap the discs and such. So this is a very simple way for me to try seeing what it's actually like and documenting it for anyone else who might want to try this in the future, because, you know, there's a lot of things about building, you know, there's a lot of things that just never get documented. Like, V-Rocket, thank you for the $25 donation. Media Mail. I'm not familiar with Media Mail. For the first package, for the first go around, the first batch, I'm just going to basically ship it out myself. I'm setting up a USPS account. I have a label printer, and I have a package scale. So basically, I can just take orders as they come in, print the labels out, and just drop them all at the post office, which is just down the road from me. One of the joys of... Oh, wow, words. Like, one thing I've really learned in the last 6 months, because is really learning that there are a lot of resources to doing things that seem impossible. Like, if you really want to sit down, ship and sell a product, there's a lot of things out there that can help, but you have to find a bunch of random pieces and pull it all together. It's kind of like building a Linux distribution from scratch, but I will also tell you that I have discovered e-commerce YouTube, and it's fascinating. Like, my original idea was to sell this and then to drop ship a couple of other products like XT adapters. And what I discovered is that really the only way to do something like that is to ship it direct from China with a 60-day shipping time. And no, I'm not doing that. Okay. Let's see here. Huh. I will actually look into that because I haven't even seen. I've never seen that. Chat reuse. Yeah, if I need additional disk space, because I don't think I'm going to fill this floppy. My current plan is to put format, fdisk, edit. I'd probably actually put a compiled version of my logo just for the branding, and maybe a few other utilities. Like, I can't see myself filling up a floppy disk, but yeah, I mean, the theoretical maximum of what you can actually get on a disk is about 2 megabytes. In practice, you can't actually do that because the mechanism's tolerance isn't that tight. But 1.7 isn't that hard. I actually had to do that when I wrote the Windows 95 floppies. The biggest problem is that there's no good auto way to batch format the floppies like that. Yeah. There's also additional things that have to be done. Like, I live in New Jersey, which means that anything I sell, I have to pay sales tax on. So New Jersey would take a 9% cut. Yeah, trust me, I've been doing my research on this. It's staggering. Fortunately, like I said, I set up Restless Systems LLC specifically to be able to do this. Okay. That's a really good idea. I should actually talk to Glitchworks about that. I didn't even I had the idea of reaching out to other folks to basically help list their products, and for I'm happy to do promotion for things like that. Like, I don't want to do the get a bunch of the paid sponsorship stuff. Like, how do I want to describe this? The thing where you basically take money to take a paid review of something, but for something like the Glitchworks XT IDE boards or even the Dallas chips, I would be happy to list those products in the store if Glitch was happy to. We just have to work out an agreement to that. And I'm going to write a note to myself to shoot him a message after the stream. Hold on, let me write that down. I mean, what I would probably just end up doing is I could also just order a bunch of stock from China, wait the 2 months for it to come, and just keep it here. It's not like I don't have room for such a thing. So this is basically a starting point. Okay, so that is FreeDOS installed. Let me eject the floppy so it doesn't try to boot off it. Okay, so FreeDOS with JEMMX. Actually, yeah, you know what? Let's just try that. So it's going to try and load the CD-ROM drive, and failed. Do we have a CD-ROM drive? Yeah, no, we don't have a CD-ROM drive. It completely makes sense that it can't load the CD-ROM drive if the CD-ROM drive does not exist. Although, actually, this is not the VM that I want to do that on, so... Because we're going to do a new... Well, this is basically going to be our starting VM. So let me make a new floppy disk. Like, let me hit the new image. FreeDOS base image.img. So 1.4 megabyte disk. And we will put you there. Come on. Let me save. Oh, hold on. Okay, so format A/S. Okay, boot. Okay, so this is just a minimum disk. Okay, yep, we don't need to format our floppy. So let's copy a couple utilities over. Oh right, it's a little bit more complex than that. Okay. I actually forgot how much was on in FreeDOS. So let's copy fdisk. It is kind of throwing me how this is different. Like, copy just shows the file name on MS-DOS and I also think that's true for DR-DOS. So, it's all the little subtle differences can mess with you. Let me also grab edit. And we also need the CD-ROM driver. See, I'm not... Oh, we're at 70 viewers. I'm surprised, considering how late it is. Okay. Does the CD-ROM driver load from autoexec? Like, traditional DAWs ones would load out of config.sys, but that's not actually a technical requirement. That's a lot of files. I also would be tempted to include network drivers, but there's so many different cards that can be shipped. Okay, so FreeDOS bin type cd-rom.bat. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Well, they've recently redid this. This used to be a lot simpler, or I think it was a lot simpler. See here, yeah, I tried the supplied open source. I think we just want the universal IDE one. Let me see here. Let me just read what this script actually does. So it tries loading the driver. Like, this feels very overtly complicated. Okay, so that's the mouse. We don't need a mouse driver because that gets loaded by Windows. All right, so if we let me just grab UIDE because I've had decent. That one I think works. Like, let me see here. Where are these files on the drive? Set CD-ROM lang path / CD-ROM / bin CD-ROM from the DAWs dir. Show status, built-in translations, search driver, try driver. The echo. Writing the wrong slash just out of habit. Let me just look at the files here. So debug, that's actually probably a good utility to have because debug can be used to poke things. We have edit, fdisk, a bunch of XMF stuff, memory extenders. We do want to grab those, although I don't know if they're actually necessary. I feel like SHCD 386 is actually what I need. Different version of... Provide access to CD-ROM drives. Find first layer drive to be loaded. Okay, so I guess this is the equivalent of the MS... Yeah, you know what? This is the equivalent of MSCDEX. I think. Do I have... Oh, I do have that. Okay. I don't have to load DAW's key. So, shcdx86.a... simulate a floppy or hard drive using an image file. Okay. That might be useful for other things, but it's not useful right now. Try unsupplied non... Okay, so okay, there's how it works. Try unsupplied non-OSS drivers first. And and I guess FreeDOS must include the capability to load sys drivers after system startup. And then it tries loading the free drivers, like UDVD2, El Torito. Missing driver. Driver load /bin CDR cache. Are these like loaded from a single shared file? Like, how does this work? If not exist, select ADROM.bin. I mean, it loaded the driver, so obviously it exists. Let me, hold on. Do I have tree? I do have tree. Oh no, tree won't. Does tree list files? Yes, it does. All right. So you know what? Let's take a look and see what we actually have on this system. Actually, you know what? Let me just direct us to a file. Bunch of oh, I forgot the dash F. Also, I have a new keyboard. Unfortunately, the old Corsair keyboard, one of the legs snapped on it. So I actually ended up buying a Glorious board because I kind of wanted to try switching out keyboard switches at some point. I should have read it a little bit more carefully because it came with Gatron Brown switches. I've used worse, but Browns suck. Like, that is just not a satisfying sound when you type. The key feel is not bad. It's just, I think I still prefer blues. But I don't know. It's something else we can try. Like, let's search for file. Like UID CD-ROM. Okay, let me keep up. CD-ROM driver name.sys. Okay. FreeDOS bin. UDVD2. Okay, that's what we need. Copy udvd2.sys a. So if we're going to do that, fdconfig.sys. All right, let's just see if that can, if that even does anything. So let's give it the three finger salute. I've actually really become fond of older Cherry MX Blacks. Like, just because I have so many various Unix machines, I've got a lot of ones that have really different switches. Device equal... Okay, so apparently that syntax doesn't work. Alright. Eject. Let's... Oh, I don't really need to boot off the hard drive. Let's see here. So... Oh, that ain't gonna work. Set. So, device equal... Okay, oh, it probably has to be a full path name. And actually, that's the wrong file name, isn't it? Yeah, of course it is. Okay. Yeah, obviously, frame buffer, it's a bit tongue-in-cheek. If you like Browns, there's nothing wrong with liking Browns. To quote mechanical, a bunch of folks that do mechanical keyboard, it is mostly about preference and choice. There is no right answer to the quote-unquote best switch. Okay. Okay, so it does actually need a memory driver. No XMS, UDVD2 not loaded. All right, I was afraid that that was in fact going to be the case. So let's eject the base image, because that means we need to load we have to load a memory manager. I probably should include both of these, or I probably just need this one. There used to be a second one, because I think 386 takes advantage of stuff that you can do on a 386. I believe this one is 286 compatible. So, all right, let's see what we actually need to make that work. So, the syntax here is a little bit weird, but essentially, this is the DAWs menu syntax. You can define a menu, and then the number in front determines what command gets run. So, yeah, that definitely works. Load DAWs low on 3 extended memory, more compatible. All right. Oh, right. Helps if you put the disk in. All right, let's copy that over. Alright, let's see. So now let's try booting from this and see if we get a CD-ROM drive. Because obviously, if you got the floppy copy of Windows, then obviously you don't even need a boot disk because it comes with one. But the CD-ROM version does not come with a boot disk. Okay. Wait for it to load. Memory manager. Okay, it sees the CD-ROM drive. So that means I probably just need to run... Wow, I don't even need to type out the full file name. No drives assigned. I probably need that bat script now that I think about it, because the drive letter. You know what? No, I don't actually need it. Hold on, I can be smart about this. Uh... Assuming this works, like that. Let me see if there's documentation for this driver, because that would probably help me. udvd.sys, put that in Google. /D specifies the name and loads all legacy. Okay, cool. So that is in fact how it works. And then what we want to do is, because we want to have this on a defined drive letter, shsucd, or I think that's actually the wrong file I need according to the manual. Let me bring the chat back up. Okay, hold on. Chat, where did you go, chat? There we go. So then we need shsucdx.d fdcd001, and I want to assign it drive letter R. Because if drive letters are not exactly deterministic. So let's see here. shsucdx. Yeah, is it dash? Yeah, it is. Oh, it is not -L. Like, if I want to sign drive letter, oh, it's going to complain that I don't have more. Yeah, of course. You know what? That's just a useful command to have. So it's slash. So yeah, /D/L. Huh. It says number, but yeah, it says number. Like, it has two -Ls. Like, you have a -L for drive and you have a -L for number. I guess maybe it supports both. I hope. Let's see here. Oh, the Apple prototypes. Yeah, the prototypes. I had a few of them because I used to be a Mac user for a long time. I switched back to PCs not long after Intel. Not after Intel. After Apple migrated to Intel, and I obviously named the file wrong because it didn't do anything. No, I have fdauto.bat. Why are you not running that? Need NOR drive letters. Okay, so fdconfig.sys. I guess I need to put last drive in. Okay, alright, let's try rebooting. Like, progress. Slow, but progress. I actually, I'm not as fond as typing on a Model M as most people are. Like, I use one with the Pi and some of my other ones, but for day-to-day typing, I prefer something a little less stiff. Okay, so it's still not loading FD Auto. But that did assign a drive. Do it... Oh, you don't have move, do you? Because that wasn't a built-in command. Maybe you need to be auto-exec.bat. And I actually probably need to put echo off in there. Okay. LGR did a video on the Model M with the track point, and I remember using one of those briefly back in the day. I remember the track point getting in the way. Like, it's not as good as it sounds. Okay. Hey, that time it actually loaded the CD-ROM drive. That's progress. That is actual real progress. So at this point, let's make a new VM, because now we need to start testing stuff. Like, this may be a lot easier than I think it's going to be. So let me stop this VM. Can I duplicate? Yeah, I can clone you. So clone, Windows install testing. Oh yeah, hold on, let me bring this up so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, now configure. So we need to switch the hard drive. New hard drive. So let's make this an 8 GB hard drive. It's good size. Dynamic sized. Okay. And start it up. Probably need to put more memory in the VM, but yeah, actually no, I can install. Well, okay, it's complaining about illegal partition table, but that's expected. So let's run fdisk. Oh, okay, so it does prompt for FAT32 support. That's actually a good thing. All right, so let's create partition. Create extended partition. Yeah, just do max size. That's fine. And then reboot. So what version of Windows should we try first? 95, 98? 98 I think is going to be a good one. The skyline is New York City as seen from the New Jersey side. I have a filter on it to make the photo much darker, but I took it at sunrise a few months ago with actually with the same camera I'm using right now. So okay. So let's put a CD-ROM in, and let's see here. You know what? Let's run a poll. What version? Mm, 98 SE or ME? Okay, let's see here. All right, let's see what folks. I don't actually think I have first edition on hand, but let's see what the votes come in on. 25 votes. We've got 100 viewers on stream. Okay. Also, today is the 25th. You know what? Today is the 25th anniversary of Windows 98 being released, so it does seem fitting. Someone pointed that out to me on Mastodon. I didn't actually know that. I didn't even plan this or plan that. Okay. We'll test NT. NT I'm expecting a lot less problems with because NT basically just copies the files and then runs the NT kernel. So it's less likely to snap into two pieces. Okay, 51 votes. I think Windows 98 Second Edition has it. Oh, hold on. That is not the disk I am looking for. I copied the boot disk, not the actual image off the NAS. So let me go grab the actual image. Okay, so where's my copy of all my Windows ISOs? I mean, I could go get the actual CD-ROM, but Microsoft folder. Oh, there we go. Windows 98 full retail. Okay, so there's setup. Oh, right. I didn't format the hard drive. Yeah, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. I've never tried to do that. I've never tried to run ScanDisk on a non-formatted hard drive. And hopefully, if this is done successfully, this will be all automated. Like, you won't have to type all the commands in. Probably just going to be a lot of shell scripts, but who knows? Also, I'm probably going to have to patch some of these utilities. That's fine. Okay. Okay. 98, Shadow Roost, then you have a modified NT4 CD. NT4 predates the El Torito boot standard. Like, I have multiple copies of NT. They are not bootable. There are a bunch of hacked copies that are, but it's because you can use the Windows 2000 boot image on it. Like, we could check that, but all right. So we now have the drive format. Can I do a? Yeah, I can do a CD there. Okay, ScanDisk is running. Okay. Oh yeah, I should probably boost the amount of memory. I don't think Windows 98 can install in 16 megabytes, but let's see if we even get that far. Huh. Okay. Well, I'll take your word for it. As far as wait, Windows, I have 16 megabytes of memory. You know, I did this on a 486. I should know for a fact what the system requirements are. At some point, we will do Windows Millennium on the cursed 486. I actually bought another 32 megabytes of memory, so it should theoretically be possible now. You know, I've personally never had problems with Millennium Edition. I know a lot of people did, but I had a VIO with it, and I never had any serious problems. The lack of DAWs mode was kind of annoying, but alright, let's try that again. Well, the thing is, it does have 16 megabytes of memory, but I think it needs 16 megabytes of extended memory plus the full conventional memory. Alright. Copying files for Windows setup. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't like that memory manager. You can override that check. It's an undocumented option. Hold on, I gotta look up what it is. /MM disables minimum hardware requirement test. So is there any other one here? Yeah, you can also disable scan disk, and I probably should do that. Let's see here. Of course. Of course. Did I type the wrong option in? / Oh. How many times can we run scan disk on the same hard drive? Yeah, we're installing under FreeDOS. I'm seeing if it can even be done. Yeah, and then chat is telling me it's /MM. The lag is a little bit high. Okay. Hey, there we go. Also, the screen resolution changed, so now I need to make this a bit smaller. All right. I've never actually looked into the specifics of ISO 9660. Like, I know bits of it. Like, I had to look up the stuff about Rock Ridge and such. All right, let me just black out the stream for a moment because, you know, I typing in. Okay, give me a second. I fortunately have these hopefully ready to go. Free. Oh, I don't think it's likes that one. Did I type it in wrong? RR9 TG. That's probably not the right serial for this image. Let me try the other one. I really have to go through and sort out my file with all the serial numbers in it because yeah, I don't think it likes this one either. Is this should be second edition. Okay. All right, bear with me, folks. I think I have to go into my files and find my serial numbers. Because obviously the ones I copied to my notes are the wrong ones, which means I probably just grabbed the wrong ones. And I just got a Windows Defender threat notice. Hold that thought. Why is Windows Defender... Oh, holy shit. Why does it... Where did it find a Trojan in my system? Hold that thought. Okay, so one of the files in the Google cache just got flagged for malware as a Trojan. I'm just going to let it run a quick scan, because that's a notification that you never want to see. I haven't installed anything recently. Hold on. I'll actually go full desktop view, because I am actually running a virus scan. This might be I just want to make sure that I don't have any, like, malware running on my desktop. because that would suck. That was the one big downside to going back to Windows. I have to deal with this again. Let's see here. I was surprised myself. It identified a file in the Google cache as a Trojan. It's probably a false message, but it's still alarming that it actually popped up. Okay. No, like I said, it was a file in the cache, so it's probably it's probably just a false positive, but yeah. Did I say Google Cache? I meant Google Chrome. So, all right, chat. The question is, does my desktop have malware? Find out in 1 minute, 30 seconds. Switching back to Windows was very bittersweet. Like, I work professionally on building Ubuntu, and I've been running Linux even longer than that. But it's just gotten worse from every single release, and Ubuntu 22.04 is not usable on as a daily driver. The UI part of it is... I'm really curious if Canonical is still requires people to dog food, because I don't see how that's a usable system. Like, it was broken. Okay. So, there's that. I should do a video on finding old, on trying out old malware in virtual machines. Like, that just sound... I know there's a few people that do it on YouTube. Alright, well, it didn't find anything else, so, okay. That's handled. Alright, so, let's go back to application view. Let me grab my big old file of all the stuff you need to install Windows from, because of course we need that today. Docs. Okay. There we go. Let's try another one, just because these sorts of things just frustrate me, because they feel so unnecessary, and they make, you know, it like any sort of digital copyright, digital rights management, it makes a lot of things harder, but at least I understand why it needs to exist. Okay, you know what? I think this is the one I remember using. Six GFTJ DG6. Nope, it doesn't seem to like that one either. Am I using... Is this a first edition disk? Like, do I have this mislabeled in my library? Let me make sure I typed it in wrong. Or typed it in right. 7.7. Like, I know I'm probably being overly paranoid by blacking this out, but, you know, I really don't... Oh, you know, this may be an OEM CD. Hold on. Full upgrade. Alright. Let's try a different one. I don't have chat up, so there's probably people yelling at me, so just bear with me. Alright. When I figure out which one of these is the right one, Like, I know I have a list of CD keys with some of the MSDN documentation I have, because the official copies of Windows I have are MSDN ones, and I have a couple of freestanding ones, but I don't have them handy. Yeah, this has got to be an OEM CD. That's probably why it's having problems. Let me try an OEM key. This is driving me a little bit crazy. Why is this not working? Why? Alright, let me bring chat up because I'm starting to lose my mind here a little bit. Yeah, let me just at least put myself up full screen so you can watch my pain and suffering while I try and figure out the CD key issue. The file, so the ISO I have says just Windows 98 2nd edition. I have used this ISO before. I know it's good, but I didn't put the serial number with it. Or wait, hold on. Maybe I did. Let me make sure that Past Me wasn't smart, because Past Me probably ran into this problem and might have remembered to document this, so Present Me will suffer less. Like, no, of course not. Okay. Okay, let me try. I know someone recently reverse engineered this. Oh no, it was the XP one that they reverse engineered. Nope, that one don't work. Oh no, it did take that one. Okay, that just took a long time. All right. Okay, I now have the working key. It's a boxed full retail copy. Is the keys that do work. Okay. Window capture, and then I will go back down to the corner. There we go. Also, I did decide to start burning in the chat into the video because, if I get more Content ID stuff, I might have to use the editor to clip it out, and if I use the YouTube editor, it actually deletes the chat, which is really frustrating. Although I wasn't able to do that because apparently for streams over 6 hours, you can't use the editor, even though I remember doing that in the past. All right. Checking installed components. Checking for available disk space. The constellation flag behind me, that's the state flag of Alaska. I intended to put... It's one of the states I've lived in, and it's one that's close to my heart. I intended to put the New York and New Jersey states up with it as well, and possibly even Oregon, because I've lived in a lot of states. I've had legal addresses in 7 states, so I had the Alaska flag I grabbed. I put that one up, and then I got distracted, and now I can't find where I put the other flags. Yeah, we'll just do a default install where you don't really care. Okay. So there we go. YouTube chat is secretly subtitles. That sounds terrifying. Remove the disk and then click OK to continue setup. So the other thing I want to do here is I want to make an unattend file. There is a utility to do so, but it makes a lot of mess on the drive. Content ID flagged, it flagged my NetHack charity stream. It flagged the next step charity stream, and it got one more, which was also a charity stream. It was the ones that I did for Trevor Project in December. You know, I realized after I put the stream up, I should have made this a fundraiser because it is Pride. But once I create the stream, I can't mark it as fundraiser, and I didn't want to. We've already sent out the emails, so I'm still hopefully going to do a charity thing later. It's just, if I'm going to do something for charity, I really want to go all out, and I don't know. It's like I just don't want to half bake it. Yeah, it's $86 and it's an emulator. Okay. Yes, if you create an unattended file and you leave out a field, it just prompts for it. Okay. For turning the SLS download folder into a floppy image, I wrote a quick and dirty Perl script. You just need to copy all the files from each folder to a floppy disk, but I have a script. I thought I posted that script. It might be on GitHub. I'd have to go looking for it. So... Oh, that's cursed. I would assume launching Windows 98 from inside under OS2, that just sounds cursed. Although the idea of running 86 under OS2, which I think is what the yeah. Let's see here. Linux, I could do more Linux from scratch. I actually have had this really silly idea of either getting a custom Linux distribution running on a 486 or on a Motorola 86 OXO. The problem with the second one is I surprisingly only have a handful of machines that actually have Motorola chips. I have a few Macs, I have my Amiga 4000, and I have the Next Step system, and none of those I particularly want to run Linux on. I guess if I can put the Mac 2 SI back together, that'd be the best one. But the Mac 2 SI has been literal pieces for about a year just because I can't find it in my soul to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. I had to completely take it apart to have the machine recapped, and I put the power supply in a box. I know the power supply is here. I have to find it. So there's that. Alright, so now we're just going to sit here and copy files. I'm going to step away from my desk for a moment, so I'll be back in a few... I'll leave the stream up. I'm just going to hide the face cam. So I'll be back in 1 to 2 minutes. Alright. And I'm back. Oh, and I missed a... Oh, no, sorry. That was from the last stream because the StreamBeats desktop client doesn't reset the feed. Yeah, it's making progress. I mean, this is still better than doing it on the 486 because the 48... Like, didn't it take 2 hours on the 486 from reading floppies and then, like, another 20 minutes to boot? Like, I had a lot of fun with that one, but it was painful. Here. All right, so hold on. What happened to the messages that are supposed to be here? Like, I don't think it's crashed. I actually got to turn the scaling down because I can't see the bottom of the window. So 1.5. It's still reading the disk, but it's going very slowly. Like, well, we'll see. Oh, yep. I actually wrote a patch for Elks. I wrote a very small patch to let it use an NE1000 network card. It was a conversation that I had with Adrian, and I basically just decided to look at the source code for how NetBSD talks to the cards. It turns out the only difference between an NE1000 and NE2000 driver is the word size. So with free if statements, I was able to add NE1000 support and support 8-bit NICs on Elks. I could actually throw a network card in the compact portable, boot it off an Elks disk, and take it onto the internet. That's been actually on my topic list for quite a bit of time. I cannot find my RGB to HDMI. I have two. I have that one. I have an RGB to HDMI, and I have the older one. What was it called? The MCE for VGA. I can't find either of them. I don't know where I'd put them. They're probably in my box of cables, but I looked and I couldn't find it. Like, I did the thing that you're never supposed to do. I put it in a safe place, and also that window shrank. Yeah, like, where is, like, chat, this looks broken. No, you can install Windows 95 on a 286. A 286 has protected mode, but it doesn't have a flat memory map and doesn't support paging. 386, specifically a 386 B2 stepping is the actual minimum. A B1 stepping has processor bugs, and the installer will abort if it's running on that. There's actually an incredibly large number of cases that the Windows installer checks for and bails out. Like, if it's not GNU Privacy Guard, it's pretty. It's the alternative one, the not PGP, PEM. Like, it looks for a bunch of like encryption products, and it will like scream if it sees them on the disk. Yeah, the progress bar is moving, but there's supposed to be like splash screens here that, you know, show you the progress, or, you know, show you averts, and those aren't showing up. Yeah, so we're emulating a Pentium 100, so it's not particularly fast, but it's also not that slow. Like, we ran 98 on the 486, and while we discovered a lot of race conditions doing that, it did actually run. Oh, you know what? My CD-ROM speed is 8x. That would do it. Well, it's realistic. It's realistic. Yeah. Yeah. No, it was showing them before, and then it just kind of stopped. And it's supposed to basically do that indefinitely, and then have a final screen. Yeah, maybe that's what it did. Like, there are so many undocumented behaviors about Windows that we have run into on this channel and others have run into. So this is actually... It's actually going quite well. Like, I was expecting to have more problems than this. Of course, you know, tempting fate. There we go. Yeah, I daily drove a Pentium. I was old. My very first computer was a hand-me-down compact Desk Pro 386. I then had a Pentium. I got a hand-me-down ThinkPad. I also had a premium, again, hand-me-down, a premium exec laptop from AST. That was a 3A6SX. That's all from when I was a kid. After that, I had a school iBook, so that was a G3. Oh, so no, there was... I then had a Packard Bell with a Pentium Pro. I had a compact with a Pentium 3 that caught on fire. In practice, I think one of the capacitors exploded, but I never risked plugging it in again. After that, I had one of the rainbow iBooks. I had one of the white iBooks. I had a PowerBook G4. I had the first generation MacBook Pro, and then I had a bunch of laptops after that. Because at that point is about the point in my life where I started to really travel a lot more, so more and more of my life was all on a laptop. Like, we were talking about this on Discord. I actually was going through my old records, and I actually started adding up how far I have actually gone in my life. I thought I had been to 40 countries, but when I looked at the final count, I've actually been to 46, with total lifetime mileage is I've gone to the moon and back and then some. I actually think I've gone to the moon and back twice in terms of the number of miles I've traveled over my life. So, I mean, there's no reason why you can't install Windows from a... Oh, wow, you just gave me an incredibly cursed idea. Like, I don't know if I really want to torture myself to that extent, but this is such a cursed idea. LGR did a video, at this point it was like 2 years ago, on the Hitachi CDR 101 or something similar. It was one of the first retail CD-ROM drives. It wasn't the very first one. Tech Tangents did a video on that. And I'm just imagining putting that on Cthulhu's on Lovecraft's 486, and then trying to install Windows. Because that machine, I have never successfully gotten a CD-ROM drive to work with, because the onboard SCSI is completely borked. And I've never really gone around. It's only got 2 expansion slots, which is annoying. Well, Rifa capacitors... it was probably a Rifa in hindsight that blew up. But we are talking about something that happened almost 30 years ago. Probably 25. This won't work on modern hardware. Like I said, this is basically my experiment in making a retro computer project. Because when I sat down and did the math, by and large, to make 50 floppy disks, 50 to 100 floppy disks, it's about $1 to $2 of raw material cost, not counting the time it takes to write out all the images, which is probably a few hours if previous experiments on this channel have taught me anything about writing floppy disks. Because, let's see here, I did SLS from floppy disks. That was 49 floppy disks, and it took an hour, and it took more than an hour to image them all out, but I used a USB floppy drive reader, and I didn't format those disks. So, but I figure if I'm going to do this, I'm going to build a proper product. I'm not going to try and go for, like, a cheap cash grab. Like, I'm trying to make something that's actually useful. Because, again, yeah. I had a personal life goal of visiting every country on Earth. It was really that simple. I can't explain it. I have an incredible amount of wanderlust. I actually have driven to the literal... I have quite literally found out where the pavement ends. I have driven all the way to the Arctic Ocean, and I have driven all the way from St. John's, starting in Oregon both times. So I have crisscrossed this continent. I flew around the world. At the time, I was working for Canonical from 2009 to 2014, and Canonical had me do a lot of travel because I'm single, I'm unmarried, and I have no life. So I could basically be sent on site and, go from project to project. Like, in 2011, I had a period where I left my apartment in March, and I think I saw it again in October. I was just living out of a backpack that entire time. And let's just say that I came back to the New York area because I'm from New York originally, not completely at my own choice. It was forced due to circumstances and other things. It's probably a story I should talk about at some point, but I don't think that's the talk for tonight. So, as my health started to get a lot worse in 2015 and 2016, the trips became less and less grandiose. The last major trip I did, as far as going abroad, in 2016, I decided on. I found a very cheap flight to Seoul. So I flew from New York to Seoul, and I spent 8 days there. I actually had a friend of mine from high school that I spent some time with. She was an exchange student here in New York at the time. So we spent a bunch of days together. We even went and visited the DMV. Not the DM, the DM. Go to Korea and visit the DMV. The DMZ. We visited the DMZ. I got to have a lot of Korean barbecue. I've got photos of this trip, and then I decided I wanted to visit China again. I actually was assigned for a long duration work project in China, so I lived in Shanghai for a month, but I wanted to visit Beijing again, and so I didn't have a valid visa for China anymore. My business visa had expired a few years prior, so I knew for a fact that you could get mainland Chinese visas in Hong Kong. So I went from Seoul to Hong Kong. And then in Hong Kong, which, I know a lot of people love Hong Kong. I've always been very bored there. I found a visa service. I gave them my passport. I waited 3 days, and I got a 10-year multi-entry visa for mainland China. And so my plan was to cross the border into Shenzhen and then take the train to Beijing. But I'm sitting in the hostel, bored out of my mind, because really the only thing to do in Hong Kong is shop or take the ferry to Macau, but I couldn't leave Hong Kong because I didn't have a passport. The visa agency had. They actually gave me this little card that showed that they had my passport, because legally as a foreigner I'm supposed to have it on me at all times. So that was to prevent me from getting into trouble. Anyway, I get my visa back. So I'm sitting on the laptop, and I don't know what made me type this. I found a really cheap flight from Hong Kong to Mongolia, and Mongolia does not require a visa for for U.S. citizens. So when I got my passport back, I decided to fly from Hong Kong to Ulaanbaatar, the capital of Mongolia. And I gotta tell you, Mongolia is mind-blowing. I really regret not doing more there. It was just astounding. The big thing is that because it's landlocked and it's so far in, the weather is very inclement. I don't know how to describe this. I've experienced monsoons, I've experienced all sorts of extreme weather, and Mongolia was just different. If you've ever watched the Grand Tour, they did a Mongolia special, and they actually talk about it, and that's completely accurate because I experienced it. So after 6 days, no, I think I was only in Ulaanbaatar for about 4 days. And this is actually, if you know how to do it, all this is actually surprisingly cheap. And I decided it was time to go to China. So I went to the train station. I decided to get ambitious, which is never a good idea. I decided I was going to take the train from Mongolia to China. And that's the Trans-Mongolian Railway, which is part of the larger Trans-Siberian Railway. It's actually on Russian broad gauge. So, SadMac, if someone wants to post a link, I think you can make them an approved user by right-clicking or, yeah. I actually, Brian, I actually did some experiments on what it would take to make a legitimate floppy copy of ME. I got it partially working, and then I ran into problems, so something for a later time. Alright, so anyway, I know that I was in Mongolia on April 4th, and I can tell you exactly why I was on April 4th, because it was trained for. So, I don't speak Mongolian. I actually don't speak anything except a little bit of Spanish, and my Spanish is pretty terrible, even though I've lived in Central America. Buying the train ticket to Beijing was a matter of interpretive dance. It's the only way I'm going. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it. But I got the ticket. I got on the train, so I'm on a berth with 3 other people. It's 22 hours to Beijing by rail. So we leave Ulaanbaatar, and I'm literally watching the desert before me, and you see little small towns that all exist there, people getting on and off of each stop. It was phenomenal. I love long-distance rail travel, and that was probably one of the best I ever did. The train reaches the Mongolian-Chinese border about 1 in the morning, and this is really quite fascinating. China runs on what's called standard gauge. It's the most common railroad. The width between the rails is what's known as gauge. China, as does most of the world, uses what's known as standard gauge. Russia uses what's called broad gauge, and the reason for this is that Russia has always feared the breaking gauge was always a defense reason, and it actually helped the Soviets quite a bit in the Great Patriotic War because the Germans could not use the Russian rail system without because their rolling stock was incompatible. So what they do is they literally jack the entire train up, take it off the rails, and switch out the wheels so that it can run on. So it can switch from Russian broad gauge to Chinese standard gauge. While they're doing this, armed soldiers board the train, and customs officials begin checking all documents. So I had this is not what I call experience for the uninitiated. So the customs official takes my passport, and he obviously wants to ask questions on why there's an American in the middle of nowhere. But they couldn't find someone who spoke English, and I think out of frustration, he just stamped my passport and wrote and was done with it. So that was my impression from the entire thing. So he gives me back my passport. The bogey exchange finishes about 3 a.m. They shunt the train back. They recouple the train, and then we set off for Beijing. And about 6 hours later, we get to Beijing. I spent a few days in Beijing. I visited the Forbidden City for the second time. Absolutely astounding. Like, completely worth going to China to see that alone. And that's not counting things like the Terracotta Army or such. And then I had some idea I was going to do this. So before I left the United States, I actually got a Vietnamese visa. I took a train. I decided to try taking Chinese high-speed rail. So I took the train from Beijing to the Korean, to the Chinese Korean, the Chinese Vietnamese border. 16 hours, 1,500 miles in about 16 hours. Off the rail. Oh, off the rails. That pun. That pun just caused me pain. That just caused me pain, Ciro. With friends like these, who needs enemies? I kid. That pun was painful. So anyway, we get to I believe it was Naming, but I'm not actually completely sure. I spent a day or two there at the hostel, and this is me. I still had a sleep disorder at that point. Like, I've always had the sleep issue. Like, it's why my streams are always at unpredictable times. So I'm wandering around this city that doesn't have a whole lot of foreigners at like 3 a.m. And then finally the train to Hanoi arrives. And it goes very quickly to the Vietnamese border. And we are all offloaded from the train for exit immigration. So it's this really brightly lit facility. Very, very fancy. Like, it's about the same as like a U.S. Customs facility. It's all the bells and whistles. So I get stamped out of China at about 3 in the morning. We get on the train. Train goes about 200 meters to the Vietnamese border post. And then we get off the train, and there's literally one person there with a push cart handling all our visas. So another 2 hours go by, and we're finally back on the train. And then Hanoi is only about 80 miles ahead of us, but the rails in Vietnam are not in particularly good condition. So we're going at a blistering speed of about 45 kilometers per hour or 20 miles per hour. So we get into Hanoi like 6 hours later. The sun is just coming up, and I've got my guest house reservation. So I grab my bag, because I used to travel with a large... Actually, hold on. I can actually show you what I used to travel with. I actually bought a new backpack recently. I used to travel with a bag very much like this. So I get into Hanoi. And Hanoi is the first time in probably about 8 years I get sick while traveling internationally. Oh god, this was bad. My stomach did not agree with me for like 3 weeks after that, but I was just like bedridden when I got there. It. I've always been a little bit adventurous. I eat a lot of street food when I travel, and obviously something disagreed with me. Um, so for the next week, I'm basically my original itinerary was to take the reunification railway down to Ho Chi Minh and then take the bus into Cambodia. I decided to cut that leg off the trip, so I flew from Hanoi to Siem Reap, and that's in Cambodia. And Cambodia is a really fascinating country. It also uses the U.S. dollar, and my bank, in what I can only call a dick move, charged me a foreign exchange fee for U.S. dollars, even though it's a U.S. bank account. I was really frustrated about this one because they use the U.S. dollar, but they don't use our coins. They use the Cambodian RAL, I think it's what it's called. So, I actually did an entire tour out to Angkor Wat. Probably, it's mostly ruins, but it's the same feeling I got when I visited Stonehenge as a kid. So we're sitting there. Angkor was my stomach just deciding to rebel on me all the way through. And I'd been traveling for over a month at this point, and I had some things that I had to do back in the United States, so it was kind of time to wrap this up. I took a bus from Siem Reap to Bangkok, because trying to fly out of Siem Reap was going to be painful. So it's 8 hours. It was 8 hours but it was said to be 8 hours. It was quite a bit longer than that. We get on the bus. It's about 4 hours to the Thai-Cambodian border. And it's a really bad sign from when the line for immigration into Thailand is extending from the Thailand immigration building down the stairs, onto the sidewalk, across the bridge, and back into Cambodia. Like, I've never seen an international queue line before. And all this is in like 110-degree heat. So I'm literally sitting there with my bags waiting to get stamped into Thailand. Eventually we get through it. We get back on the bus and we finally get to Bangkok. I spent another 5 days in Bangkok. And then I had an idea. Because I've traveled so much, I have a very large stash of frequent flyer miles, some of which I still actually have. That's how many I had collected. And I used to do a lot of the point promotions, so if you can fly for like nothing if you really know how the system works. Like, I think this entire trip was only like 3,000 or 4,000 for 2 months of travel. It may have been more than that, but Southeast Asia is notoriously cheap to travel through. Like, you can really go a long way with very little money out there. So I decided, instead of flying back the way I came, why don't I go around the world? I found a flight from Bangkok to Ethiopia, and then a 24-hour layover in Ethiopia. So I would have enough time to visit Addis Adelaide. And then it continued on to Frankfurt, D.C., and then New York City. So we took off from Bangkok, and then the plane has a mechanical issue. They fly over the Bangkok, the bay. I'm just gonna say Pacific Ocean, dumping fuel so the plane is light enough to land again. So we're in the air for about 4 hours. We land back at Bangkok Airport. They offload us, put us onto another airplane, and we're 9 hours late now for what is I want to say it was like a 12-hour flight from Bangkok to Ethiopia. And it was on Ethiopian Airlines. I think I was in business class for this flight because I decided just to go that little bit of splurge. Because, again, frequent flyer miles. I had, it's the best way you can use them. So I finally get into Ethiopia, and because the layover was 24 hours long, I actually still had about 12 hours left in Ethiopia. And because it was a business class flight, they actually comped me a hotel room. So, because of the delay, which was quite nice. So I check into the Hilton. I didn't do a lot in Addis Adelaide. I checked out the Ethiopian Museum, which was not bad. It wasn't great, but it's always cool. I always love going to museums. I would have loved to spend more time out there, but this was a trip of opportunity. So Addis Adelaide Airport is rated at the time, and it may still be, is rated the absolute worst airport in Africa. And the whole building is not. I hesitate to actually call it a building. It's more like corrugated metal roofs on support pilings, and everyone's smoking. Like you can literally see a cloud of smoke in the terminal building because there's no law against it. So, um, so anyway, oh, there's the restart. If this restarts, we're probably home free, but we'll see. So anyway, we go through Addis Alley, get on the plane, fly to Frankfurt, fly to DC, go through U.S. Customs, and back to New York. That was the last. Oh look, hold on. Windows Defender just got a. Yeah, it actually. Hold on. Windows Defender just found another two threats. Like, let me just look at the details of this real quick just to see what it's seeing. Yeah, it's seeing a bunch of cache files on the other side. You know, I've got Chrome running on the other user account. Oh, look, and then it suddenly went away. Yeah, protection history. Yeah, threat. Hold on. Remediation. Like, those are cache files, but, like, you can see that I'm actually getting these, and that's concerning. I probably should switch over to... I don't know what would happen if I switch back to my main user account while I'm streaming. I've never tried. Also, hold on, my chat's not updating. Yes. Oh, it's an ad? Yeah, it's an ad. Oh yeah, I forgot to turn off the chatbot spam filter, or at least reconfigure it. Alright, well, let's see if it gets through this part of it. You know, a lot of it comes down to how much you're willing to be creative about it. Like, I've done a fair bit of travel by bike. On my second channel, Restless Yankee, there's my aborted attempt to cross the United States by bicycle, and my successful trip from New York City to Boston by bike. So, you know, that's 300 or so miles across 3 states, and then you do it on a bicycle. So, okay. Well, so far so good. So it does seem that you can successfully install Windows 98 from FreeDOS. It probably also means that you can install Millennium Edition. 95, you want to be FAT16. Like, I'm going to have to write a pretty good document that goes with this just to cover some of the eccentricities of this process. But generally for vintage computing, retro computing, especially retro computing gaming, you're largely better off with 98 Second Edition if you can't run XP. Yeah. Well, hold on. What about? I do have an AMD Ryzen, but this is full machine emulation. It's not running off the system processor. Yeah. I am really been debating if I want to make a second stab at going cross country on a bike again. It would take about 3 months. It won't happen this year, but I am seriously consider trying it again in 24. The reason I failed was because of the pandemic. I started at the end of February and not expecting... I was really expecting COVID at the time to essentially be similar to H1N1 or other pandemics, but I don't think anyone expected the global lockdowns that had come. So I rented a car in Florida. I put my bike in the back and I stayed at my mom's. So that's how that happened. All right. Well, 86 box is full system emulation, so it's accurate mostly to the original system performance as long as the system is fast enough. PCM 86 box is a fork of PCM. It supports more hardware, but I find it's more hit or miss than PCM, especially like I've had problems with 86 box before, but PCM's main developer, Sarah Walker, quit the project because of harassment. I believe someone else has taken over maintenance on it, but I haven't looked into it recently. Okay. I think we are basically good to go here because this looks like this is going to finish. Like, I don't want to jinx it, but I'm feeling quite a bit more optimistic about this. The other thought I had, because other folks have mentioned that, like, how 8-bit guy's games have not sold particularly well. Most of his games have been for 8-bit micros. I know that Planet X2 had a PC port, but was it X? No, it was X3 that had the PC port. X2 was for the Commodore 64, and I thought he did ports of that. So there's that. Yeah. The fact of the matter is there's a large percentage of people in tech, and that I'm trying to figure out the best way to describe it. Has the notion that the only people that can write code are a certain group of people in a gender, age, and skin color, and you really see some really ick stuff because of it. Awareness on this issue has been getting a lot better in recent years, but it's like it really just shows that how much it really comes down to that there's a large subset of people in the world that essentially demand conformance to a standard that is arbitrary, absurd, and essentially boils down to controlling other people while they themselves remain in charge. This is Reddit's Spez, the CEO, the one who caused the API changes. He's written posts about how when the apocalypse comes, he will basically have, he'll be fine because, he's got money and various things. Like, it's really just an entirely icky thing. Like, someone else can look it up. I don't really feel like subjecting myself to it right now, but it came up originally one or two Reddit crises ago and has occasionally been re-mentioned on Reddit. But apparently, I think Reddit's just trying to is really just trying to spite its community. And honestly, if it goes all under, I don't think that's a bad thing at this point, because, like, you got Musk that has, I don't even know how to describe Twitter in current year except as bad. Reddit has gone worse. I mean, Facebook is Facebook. It's been kind of a depressing year, all things considered. Hey, Amiga of Rochester. I was actually talking earlier about the Mac 2 Si that you recapped for me. So there's that. So we were having an entire discussion. The point. So just to bring you up to speed, since you might find this interesting, I'm actually looking at creating a all-in-one boot disk to try and help some of the issues of getting vintage computers going again. Something that I plan to put in my soon-to-becoming store, and figuring out what else to put there, or figuring out who else may want to put list products with it that can be part of, basically resell. But it's been an interesting discussion thus far, and then talking more about oh wow, that was my brain just completely frying. I just noticed something. It said OS load in progress. I think it's still using the FreeDOS boot sector, because that's not the standard message, because it didn't say starting Windows 98. There's a lot of buy, sell, trade stuff on Reddit, but it's primarily Reddit has an API that all the third-party apps use. What they're... Oh, that's going to be a problem. All right, I think copy file... Did it lose the CD-ROM drive? Uh-oh. I think it actually lost the CD-ROM drive. Hold on, let me... Well, okay, we successfully installed Windows, and then it failed horribly. Let me restart, and let's F8 and see what actually is going on there. Like... Do I need to load this driver? I probably need to load this driver in config.sys, don't I? I actually seem to remember that you do, in fact, need to do this, although I don't know how that works with Windows 90, with Millennium Edition. Alright, so let's add the commands to autoexec.bat. Like, you see that OS load in progress? That should not be happening. Also, I think the install broke. Yeah, I think I need to load a CD-ROM driver in config.sys. Let's see here. Okay, well, at least I can hit browse this time. Do I have a CD-ROM? Yeah, I don't have a CD-ROM drive. Why don't I have a CD-ROM drive? It's an ATI PI drive. Like, seriously, why don't I have a CD-ROM drive? If we go desktop settings, ATA API. Let me while I'm here. Let's make it faster. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be that easy. You know, I suspected that have problems. I didn't think it was going to be problems that early. It's because the resolutions change. Yeah, the problem is it needs to be able to do it during installation. I think then the right answer here is we have to copy the files from the CD-ROM drive to the hard drive. But how do you get the CD-ROM drive back? Like, it should be there. Okay, we probably need Oak CD. Yeah, I have that distinct feeling that's the case. All right, and if that is what it's going to boil down to, then let's put our boot floppy in and let's try something different. Let's try if we can copy. I hope I put Xcopy on this disk. I really do. Although I don't think. I will see. Yeah, it's like it's also loading the wrong boot sector, which is not what it should be doing. The first thing I want to know, do these work? They do work. Okay. Does fdisk work? Maybe there's no fdisk command. The official Windows startup disk shipped with Oak CD-ROM. It probably just doesn't know how to handle the CD-ROM drive that's on this system, but I should just be able to copy this entire folder. Do I have Xcopy? No, I don't. I should get Xcopy. Let me start up the other machine so I can copy Xcopy off it. Bear, you won't be able to see this just because I've got multiple windows up. Oh, yeah, Windows command might have it, but again, I would need to be able to extract it. But I have the extract command on the CD, so if I need to pull individual files out, that's not a big deal. That's actually not... That should not have taken 4 attempts. Four attempts to successfully do that. Alright, so now that we have this, okay, Xcopy R Win98. Hold on. Oh, hold on. CD. I wonder if copy just has a recursive. Nah, I didn't think so. X copy. Oh, hold on. Control C. I suspect the CD-ROM driver is just very slow because the light's flashing. Okay. Hold on. Before I do that, let me make sure this is copying to the right place. Nope. Alright, and now we have to wait for all those files to copy across. The CD-ROM was turned off in the options. Okay, well, that's a bit faster. Ultimately, like, I want this entire process to be as menu-driven as is possible. I don't know exactly what that's going to look like, but it's an idea. I think I would only really need the cab files, but I should grab the entire folder just for the sake of having the entire folder. But it's still the wrong boot sector because it doesn't say starting Windows 98, which is what it should be saying. I think I'd have to run fdisk/mbr, but I'd have to do that on a running system. I think I only need the cab files, but I would assume best practice is to just grab the entire Win98 folder. Writing a batch script that can do this will be interesting. Okay, files copied. Well, I don't know. I feel like the Tor folder should be there just so the Tor is there. Yeah, I could hex dump it out. Oh, hold on. I just saw there was an error message there about the CD-ROM driver. But I probably shouldn't need the Oak CD-ROM thingamajiggy. Well, the whole thing is that I'm trying to avoid needing to make a boot disk that doesn't need anything from Microsoft, so it can be freely redistributed, and I can sell an actual physical floppy of this. What I think I'm going to probably end up doing is, since this is at least technically viable, I think I'm going to run a poll on either I'll probably do it on both Patreon and YouTube to see if there's how much interest there would be in such a thing. Because this seems like a good idea to me, but many of my good ideas are not always good ideas. If you were to build, because I know how much of an outlier, like, a lot of my stuff is. Yeah, it should be Windows options cabs. I just chose something quick and dirty. I don't have a driver for this one. Okay, restart. Actually, I want to go to. I want to boot into safe mode when it comes up. Oh, I missed F8 when it popped. Yeah. Can't open the CD-ROM. Yeah. This is going well. This is going really well. This is fine. Let's just try doing this from a fresh install. That we just copied the files to the hard drive. I'm assuming there's no like installation switch for the MBR. Okay, so apparently there's a switch to not update the MBR, but there's no switch to forcibly update the MBR. That's really useful. Okay, that means we'll have to extract fdisk from, like, if I do Windows command... Just out of curiosity, does that fix it? Because that we can just extract fdisk from the right cab, and that will be fine. Did that say OS load in progress, or did it say Yeah, it says OS load in progress. That's a FreeDOS. It should say starting Windows 98. Oh, it can't load the CD-ROM driver because there's no high memory. And then it can't load the joystick driver. But I don't have a joystick. You know what? Before we try this again, let's make sure we can get... Let's make sure that there's nothing wrong with the actual hardware setup. Like, let me try doing this with the official Windows disk, although that means another hour of installing stuff. Do I want to spend an hour testing that my hardware configuration is good? I probably should spend the hour testing that my hardware configuration is good. Like, yeah, because I have the boot disk. So this is the official one that Microsoft issued. All right, I guess that OS load message comes from the BIOS. Actually, we need to format the hard drive. Come on. Actually, I should have format on this disk. Oh, I guess they didn't give you format. They give you fdisk, but they don't give you format. Why that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Bunch of old DAWs utilities. Seriously, how does it not have format? Do I have format? I should have format on this floppy. No, well, it's not the official one. Hold on. Let's put the FreeDOS disk in format. Okay. All right, let's try that again. And I am just going to do it right off the CD because I want to see if that also happens when we try it like this. Like, if there's something wrong with my setup, I want to know about it now. Yep. Yeah, it's not there. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Yes, app will not close. Oh, there is a format on here. Okay, well. For some reason I thought there wasn't on the CD, but I must have just been in the wrong directory. I'm just watching chat right now. The CPU speed isn't going to matter all that much, and again, I want to keep this relatively period accurate as much as you can in an emulator. I do wonder what percentage of my streams is just installing Windows of some kind, because I feel like I've done this on camera so many times, it's like, okay. Sorry, I apparently am. I haven't been sleeping very well. All right, let me type. Let me type this in. This stream may be shorter than I expect it to be, just because I am definitely starting to fade. Okay, cool. CD key is taken care of. Alright, I'm going to grab a Red Bull out of the fridge as soon as it starts copying files. So here's do live stream. There's no easy way to cut from 32 to 64-bit because registry. And I shouldn't be tired. I didn't get up that long ago. So now we're basically just seeing what happens when I try this with the official. Like, I want to see if this is an artifact of FreeDOS or not. Because at least we've proven that it is theoretically possible. I feel like 64-bit DAWs is just UEFI. Wow, my brain has in fact checked out. This, I don't normally use Red Bull, but I've just been so fatigued that I'm barely staying awake. But I know for a fact that if I go to sleep now, I'll just be in my bedroom reading, unable to sleep, and even more frustrated. So yeah, let me go get some Red Bull. I'll be right back. Oh, that's not the right window. That one's the right window. Be back in a minute or two. All right, and I am back with Red Bull. Although this is the third one I've had today, so yeah. That Red Bull taste. All right. That will be so. If there's an actual, I think what I'm going to do next, once we prove that this can actually be done, because I don't think I value, I value my sanity enough that I don't really want to be debugging FreeDOS. But if this does actually work, I would like to create full unattend files and basically automate all aspects of the installation from the get-go. You put the disk in, you type in a few questions, and the only thing you have to do is type in the license key, and it's done. Although Windows 98 doesn't really have that many questions you need to ask. It's NT 2000 and XP that has a quite a bit longer process. Oh yes, I will say for the A6 box development team does have, I believe they do have a donations link. I highly recommend folks check out their website and projects. I want to say it's 86box.org, but the mods can post a link in chat for me if they can. So, I don't know. I don't seem to be growing wings. I mean, the commercials say I'm supposed to, but, you know, marketing be like. Sear. Does, yeah, I mean, it has a couple of questions. I feel like 98, like the unattend feature is really meant for when you're doing mass system imaging and you can you sysprep it to the point that you put the license key on install? I don't think you can, but I'm not certain about that. No, I'm just keeping it clean shaven. I just have a 5 o'clock shadow tonight because I forgot to shave before getting on air. Every few years I switch back and forth. Like, I was clean shaven for many years, and I decided to grow out the beard, and then went back to clean shaven. You can put the license key in the file, but I don't really think I should put a license key in a file. That, like, there's multiple reasons not to do that. especially because not all license keys work with all CDs. The OEM CD can't use it. You would really need a copy of the certificate of authenticity that goes with that CD-ROM. It's kind of the one Achilles heel of this project, and it's actually sitting here and doing it, I'm having second thoughts about it. I still want to make something that is on a floppy disk that I can sell, but maybe the Windows boot disk is not the idea to go with. Well, if it's incorrect, it errors out and then prompts for it, so it's not that big of a deal. I actually used to do. I've created unattended Windows 98 CDs before. It's not hard. There's actually a utility to do it, and it is all documented in the resource kit. Uh, OG 95A, you only could skip it with the floppy edition. The CD-ROM one prompted for it. That's the one that still has the highlighting on the world map. Yeah, like, no, hold on, look at this. You notice that we're getting the banners loading here? Now, granted, I did turn up the CD-ROM speed, and it's obviously copying a lot faster because of that. But it does kind of imply that there's some problems with it loading the installer from FreeDOS. I have no idea if I can or can't verify. It's really not that big of a deal. If it's an invalid license key, the Windows setup will prompt for it. Well, I like pain and suffering, but occasionally I like my pain and suffering to have a fast forward button. That being said, this is installing so quickly. I don't know what weird life story to talk about. Oh, well, I guess that's one way to do it, but... Well, I mean, floppy disks are not... The first three floppy disks were not DMF format, probably for that purpose alone. Alright, wow. You know, it's 1:30 a.m. Eastern Time, 88 viewers. I'm kind of impressed. So, chat, let's, you know what? Let's see. So, this is currently the basic Windows version. Or, sorry, the official Windows installation disk and boot disk. So, if this works, it says that there's problems with the way, there's problems with... FreeDOS is causing problems with the early hardware installation stuff. I mean, my man, how long did Europa spend compiling GCC on one of her old Sparks? I never... Did I ever run Ubuntu on the Wii? I don't think that was me. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing started paint drawing in my Discord. So, putting all ones and all sevens before. You know what? I don't know. It's just one of those things that I feel a little bit questionable on, especially because the DMCA specifically makes it it makes it illegal to circumvent any copy protection, which that technically counts as. Like, making a boot disk that can install Windows is one thing. Bypassing the license key, that's a different thing. Well, the other thing that I've considered doing is packaging up and selling some of the cross compilers I've built over the years. I have thought about building a cross development tool for the Raspberry Pi. That's my other major idea, or for some of the other platforms I do. Someone was actually talking about a cross compiler for Itanium in Discord right before I started up the stream. I could bring back the background music. It's just after getting content ID'd, I don't want to deal with it tonight. I ultimately just need to download the YouTube audio library and use that, because that won't content ID me, but they don't make it easy to mass download the damn thing. So until I figure out how to climb that particular mountain. Yeah, stream's still up. Copyright in the United States for a corporation is 90 years. Windows 98 will not go into the public domain until 2090. 2098 really, or 2089, 2088, and that's assuming that Disney does not extend it again. The PDP-11 211 BSD cross compiler. YTML? Question mark? Yeah. Yeah, it's... I guess that's one of the biggest things is that this is a relatively simple thing to create and do. I have perfectionist tendencies, so if I'm going to sell something for money, I'm not going to half-ass it. They don't lose the copyright on Mickey Mouse in and of itself. It's a little bit more complex than that. Also, I presume that Disney Mouse is Mickey Mouse. I said Disney Mouse, didn't I? Mickey Mouse is trademarked, and as long as the trademark's actively used, it doesn't expire. There are trademarks that are over a century old. Yeah, Steamboat Willie will pass. Steamboat Willie has passed into the public domain in quite a few countries. It's public domain in Canada and most of Europe. DAWs 3.3, yeah, that will go into the public domain in somewhere between 2040 and 2050. Okay. 85%. I mean, the biggest problem is that every time that Mickey Mouse gets closer to going to the public domain, Disney comes up with a new bill that they push through Congress. Oh, well, they get their they lobby for copyright extensions. There's a reason that the last few copyright bills have all been nicknamed the Mickey Mouse Copyright Act. Fortunately, the concept of legal, and what frustrates me so much is that every time the issue of copyright lengths being so long comes up, SCOTUS has supported that Congress can make it as long as it's not indefinite. If you tilt the screen to the right, the status bar, but that means the bits will fall out. I can't put I need to fill the bits up. Okay, I will say that having caffeine really helps. It's really just me being a bit paranoid because all things considered, my other streams have been okay, and the issue will get resolved. I just didn't want to deal with it tonight because I already have enough things on my plate. God knows. I could write an entire book about what the last 3 months have been going on. Hey, greetings from Sweden, LGR FBS. You know, now I have the sudden urge to find a copy of the Windows 1.0 box software and send in that registration card and see if it actually goes to Microsoft. Oh no! If I was in Australia, I'd have to hold it right side up, so it'd be facing. It would be facing the right direction. I honestly wonder where that 800 number goes if you call it today. All right, getting ready to run Windows for the first time. Oh wow, QSL card. I've actually never gotten a QSL card, but I haven't done a whole lot of work on HF. So, there's that. I don't know. I guess just personally, it's just been kind of a shitty month, and it really sucks because I would love to do something a little bit more high effort, but but I'm really, I'm really just finding little bits and pieces of time to work on doing stream stuff, because I have to do it's pretty hard for me, unless I'm just going to fire up NetHack. I have to do a fair bit of work for each one of these streams because I have to plot out what I'm doing, write it up, find all the bits that I need to do the stream, and then actually do the stream. Like, a lot of times my stream prep can take me a few hours, and then I also have to find the time to actually do the stream. I've gotten some digital ones. I got some matches on the logbook of the world, but my keys are out of date, so I have to go for their entire process of doing anything in ham radio is just an exercise in frustration at times. I mean, one of these days I really should pull out my radio gear, and I don't know what we would do. I don't know, maybe a night of working FT8 might be a fair bit of fun. Like, I've got all the hardware to do it. The biggest problem is because I live in New York City, working bands is really quite annoying. Alright, so now it's looking for plug-and-play hardware. Have a good night, Vexed. I don't know. I'm sorry if I'm being a bit quiet tonight. Combination of being both a bit tired and it could definitely be an interesting thing to do. The biggest thing is I'd have to figure out the antenna situation. Although I can actually get on the roof here, so maybe I could put something up quick and dirty. I yeah, I missed the videos too. It's a combination that my original intent was after VCF, I wanted to do an entire video about porting Doom to Windows NT on PowerPC. And I got as far as writing I made 3 separate attempts to make that video. All 3 times the script would not come together. I would have to refilm a fair bit of footage, and my it's, I don't know. I just have not had the inspiration to do videos. There, there's some additional real life stuff that got into this that I don't particularly want to talk about at the moment. But by and large, due to less than good influences on my life that I am very much working on, it made doing videos a lot harder than I want and added a lot of emotional baggage. And so that's why I've basically, it was part of why I basically called a hiatus with the end of season 1 and just never came back around to it. Okay. Well, this isn't using FreeDOS. This is using the official Windows 98 boot disk because I want to see if FreeDOS was the reason why it all went kaflooey. Because if it's causing that much trouble with hardware detection that the system installation can't start, then this idea is dead on arrival. Well, you could do a random wire antenna with basically just a coil of copper. You have to be a quarter. I mean, this is the length of the antenna is due to the laws of physics. And then suddenly I just think of Scotty. You can't change the laws of physics, sir. I have to catch up. I still have to watch both. I have to finish watching Strange New Worlds. And I probably should watch season 3 of Picard. But I don't know. Picard season 1 and 2 was like... I didn't hate 1. It just was kind of weak. But season 2 of Picard was just bad. I don't even know how to describe it. Like, it started off very promising with Q coming back. And, you know, doing Star Trek in 20th century United States, it just didn't work well. Now, Discovery I have not been a huge fan of, although I will say the most recent season was actually not bad. And I actually really enjoyed Prodigy. Like, I enjoyed that a lot more than I thought I would. Mostly because of how much of a homage it is to the original series. And the fact of the matter is that they got Janeway back. And of the original series from the 90s, I remember Voyager more than I remember TNG or DS9. I still think personally, I think DS9 was the best of the 90s Trek. But Voyager's the one I have the most memories of. Stargate, I do enjoy. I love Stargate, although Universe wasn't good. Universe is basically Battlestar Galactica, but with Stargates. Yeah, but the thing is that the 4 was what? Voyage Home? I can't remember. The movie was very lighthearted. Like, you essentially have them with they have their stolen Klingon bird of prey, the one that they got at the end of Star Trek 3. You have the characters making jokes about black humor that they don't want to get shot down to their own funeral, referencing the destruction of the USS Enterprise from Search from Spock. They then decide to go back in time to get the humpback whales. And a large part of the movie is essentially a well-done comedy. Especially the entire conversation between Spock, Kirk, and the whale biologist. It's like, he did a lot of LDS in the 80s. Atlantis, I felt jumped the shark after season 3. I really loved the first 3 seasons, but after they got rid of Weir, What was, I don't remember the character's name. The one that was Richard Picardo. Woolsey. That was his name. Woolsey. I felt season 4 was weak, and season 5 was even weaker. Yeah, no, I thought Voyage Home was good for what it was. It's very different from the rest of the other Star Trek movies, but and while I won't go out of my way to defend it, I don't actually hate Star Trek 5. Like, I can appreciate it as William Shatner being a big ham for 2 hours. As long as I think about it in those terms, I have absolutely no problems watching that movie. So, yeah, the second half of Universe was not bad, and I actually really loved the series finale where Eli, where they basically are getting ready to leave that galaxy and go on to the next one, but Eli has to stay out of cryogenic storage to try and fix the last pod. And the last scenes of the series is that piano melody as all the lights in Discovery go out. Like, that show could have been so good. The biggest problem with Discovery is they have the ancient Discovery stones. So every other episode, you immediately cut back to contact with Earth. Like, a lot of what made the first season or two of Atlantis really good is that Atlantis was cut off. They the zero. Okay, so that problem is not unique to the FreeDOS floppy. That's good to know. So, all right, we have successfully eliminated that as a cause of the bug. So let's now see if we can do this with the FreeDOS floppy. I got a blue screen while trying to reboot. Okay, so we now know that the CD detection thing is whatever hardware configuration this has, it's not completely happy about. Like, that's fine. All right, so let's format CQ. Well, here's the thing. I am intending this to be used on real hardware, which means I'm going to have to deal with actual 90s compatibility bugs. Well, the CD-ROM drive shouldn't have changed letters at that point, although I guess I should have hit the browse button, but we are a few seconds too late on that one. So let's try this. Let that copy. I mean, Babylon 5, they lost the original digital assets. They upscaled it, and you know what? That's good enough. I am looking forward to the animated series. Or is it a series or movie? The next Babylon 5 thing. That's a show I need to rewatch. Like, I haven't rewatched Babylon 5 in many, many years. Well, Babylon 5, well, you know what? Babylon 5, not Babylon 5. Voyager was a lot of models, so it's less CGI than you would think. So it might be more reasonable to upscale, and upscaling technologies have gone a lot better over the last decade or so. I didn't try the banana driver. I used the Oak CD driver from the 98 boot disk because, well, we're trying to install 98. Yeah, I think that's what's going to have to happen is I'm sort of expecting I'm going to have to write some tools to do things like copy files across and so forth. I wonder if I can find... I guess I should probably find a copy of Borland C because that had the... Oh, no, wait. I have a copy of Borland C. What am I saying? Borland C had that... what was it? The text UI thing. It wasn't OWL. It was the one before that. The one for DAWs. And that would be a pretty quick and easy way to do it. It's not a reboot. It's more stories in the existing universe. They're doing it animated because, well, A, it's been almost 20 years, and B, the vast majority of the Babylon 5 cast has died or is otherwise not in a condition that they're really going to be act. Like, Andreas Katsoulis is dead. Garibaldi is dead. I can't remember the actor. Like, a lot of the main characters have passed away over the years. Alright. Jonathan Frank. Not Jonathan. Jonathan Franks was Riker. Unless he just passed away. Okay. I would love to see Walter Koenig revisit the role of Bester one more time. I am so sad we did not get the Crusade episode with Bester. Like, Crusade got shafted by the network, and it sucks. It sucks so hard. Alright. Hold on. Let me do the thing, and then we will talk more sci-fi. Oh, if I could type, it would be nice. What? Set up his run out of memory while checking your drive for errors. Can I... okay, I can just continue past that. I am thinking that this is going to be a less... I think this is a less viable idea than I thought it was, because I feel like we're dealing with magic. Yeah, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. I guess this LLDO, thank you for the $50 donation. Yeah, so FreeDOS is to regular DOS what Linux is to Unix. It's close enough that by and large you can make things work between the two of them, but it's just different enough that you will get weird and strange breakages. It's the reason why I actually install Bash as one of the very first things I do on any vintage computers. Well, just imagine if I did this on the 486. I mean, you're not wrong. You're really not wrong. God, you know. Okay, well, let's try this again. So commenting back to a earlier thing, I tend to have some trouble with getting projects done, and it sucks. Like, it's something I'm really trying to work hard on. It's more of a problem on Restless Yankee than it has been on this channel, but like you get to the 75-80% done mark, and just to carry yourself over that last little ledge is just hard. I've never tried second edition on a 386. I've actually never tried 95 on a 386. So here, significant changes in the 680. Okay. All right, Brian. Have a good night's sleep, because apparently we are in round 3 of this. Well, the biggest thing is I can redistribute FreeDOS, and like here's my this is my problem with Jim's argument, and as far as I know, other people have made this argument to him. If you're going to make a clone of DAWs, why, and it has major compatibility issues, because you can run Windows with DR DAWs. I even think you can run Windows with ROM DAWs. So the fact that you can't do it with FreeDOS, even though it's like, okay. No, I know 95 supports the 386. I've never actually tried it. 95 on a 386 SX, 16 megahertz with 4 megabytes of RAM and an FMM hard drive. Ooh. That would make the 486 look zippy. Like, MFM hard drives are slow. Well, I mean, you run into other compatibility issues with FreeDOS. There's a fair number of games that it may have gone better in the more recent years, but there's a fair number of games that basically just go belly up because because the memory manager does not completely. HiMem implements I'm trying to remember the words for it. HiMem implements the XMS memory standard. There were other memory managers such as the one by Quarterdeck. What was it called? Was it Cume or yeah, it was Cume. Cume 386. That being said, this is literally the definition of. Yeah, I believe the unran requirement is just it has to be a B2 stepping processor. Like if you crack open the pre-copy one cab file and look at su-windows.exe, which is this program is called su-windows or su-win. There's a ton of error messages in there for all the different ways that fail. My bigger guess is that it's probably more problems with the memory manager than it is FreeDOS itself. Like it obviously FreeDOS needed patches. Like there were patches that had to be done to the FreeDOS kernel to get Windows 3.1 in enhanced mode working. Sorry, there was patches for Windows 386 enhanced mode to run on FreeDOS, which requires undocumented behavior in DOS. I don't know if those patches made it ever landed. Hold on, look at this. This is gone again. Like, why don't I have the install exploration ads here and then not? I don't know. I'm starting to question the viability of this. which makes me regret talking about it right at the start. But I also think I said if this works. So, you know what? That's my caveat. Okay. I don't think it's an emulator inaccuracy because we've been using the same emulator right along. When we started from the Windows 98 boot disk, it worked. And oh, you know, I did give it the slash minimum requirement switch because the memory manager was having issues. I don't know. If this actually installs and works, like it gets all the way to the desktop, we'll see. Yeah, well, that's why we're doing it. Like, and I figured it's entertaining content, and for me, it's not particularly what's the word I'm looking for? Um, this is not super taxing for me. Like, I can just relax and talk here. Like, when I do programming streams, I have to use my brain, and sometimes my brain resents me for using it. If nothing else, it's an interesting experiment, but also the files seem to be copying a lot slower, which may be a problem with the UDVD2 sys driver. Like, this is considerably slower than using Oak CD-ROM. I don't necessarily blame you on that. I've used FreeDOS successfully for a bunch of other stuff. Like, if I want to work on bare metal on x86, FreeDOS is great. If I want to do vintage computer projects, not so much. Yeah, but DAWS 2X is too old. Realistically speaking, the DAWS core kernel is largely unchanged from 3.3, with DAWS 5 and DAWS 6 essentially just basically adding add-on software and large disk support. No, I didn't. I didn't change the 8X. This is, I think it's the CD-ROM driver. I legitimately think this is the CD-ROM driver. I am aware the source code of that did leak, but it's still proprietary. I can't use it. So we are just basically staring at a progress bar. Like, yeah, 3.3 would be the absolute minimum, which is probably why Microsoft didn't open source it, although it is quite possible that there's bits from IBM there that they couldn't. MS-DOS 1.25 was basically just QDOS. 2.0 and 2.1 was the rewrite of QDOS that essentially added directory support and most, if but not all, of the major APIs. Like the network redirector, which is what's actually used for CD-ROM support, was only added in 3.0. There was only support for one partition, or not one partition, a single hard drive, and it's kind of iffy. I'm almost thinking maybe it's worth trying to revive the Open DRDAWS code, because that would give me command.com and the base kernel, which means I'd only need a handful of utilities from FreeDOS to basically complete the image. Well, I don't think this is a processor thing. I really do think this is a very slow. This is not a particularly high quality. I don't want to say it's not a high quality driver, but it's a very slow driver. I don't know. I mean, it's 2 a.m. and I'm installing Windows 98. Also, I just realized I forgot to put a ping in disk end cord. I don't know. Considering that we are 74 viewers and it's 3 in the morning, I shouldn't be complaining. Yeah, but the thing is, if we had the source code, that wouldn't be impossible to fix. Although, admittedly, I have looked in the DOS 2.0. Holy! Donated $300. Okay. Thank you very, very much. Like, damn. I don't know what to say. That is, holy cow, that is amazing. Thank you so much. Um, I have always been surprised at the generosity of people, especially since I've started this channel. So, you know what? That actually is a good segue into some of my life stuff. So, I posted this to Patreons that I've been having to go back and work on a project that I did many years before YouTube called Soylent News. And I don't know how to describe the way I've described it in the past is in my life I've always when a crisis has shown up that I could not handle, the bucket of water has always shown up when I need it. You know, if you ask for help, a lot of times you can get it. And I've always found by playing it forward, it does always come around again. Like, you hear a lot about people that. How do I want to put this? I don't. There are, like I said, there are people out there that work to help other people to promote, acceptance, diversity, making sure that no one else gets left out. I like to include. I like to think I'm part of that. It's part of my whole philosophy. Um, and like I said, it's always come back around when I've needed it. And I guess it goes to show that you can sometimes really depend on someone you've never met really helping you out in a big way. Like, I had a lot of hesitations to put a donation tracker for me personally on the stream. And I finally caved and did it because of my own personal situation. Like, I didn't go into YouTube for the money in and of itself, although the money I get from Patreon, AdSense and such has actually been what has kept me afloat. It's not enough to live on, but it has offset some incredibly large expenses in my life that would have been much worse had I not had it. So, like, from the bottom of my heart, I really need to thank everyone. Chat Rios, I don't disagree, but I still kind of want to make. I still want to make something. I don't know. Maybe I'll remake Progress Pride on bare metal. Actually, I'm thinking how hard that would. Hold on. Wait a moment. I actually have copies of the graphical kernel system. So, I have to think about it. Mostly because it would mean coding in basic Fortran or KNRC with very old manuals, but I'm kind of mulling it in my head right now. I don't know if I'll be able to do it before Pride is over, but despite the fact that I've been less active this year than I was last year, It's not like I've changed as a person. And might be a very nice thing to get to create and give. I can't do it with the current version of Progress Pride just because that's a Windows application. I mean, yeah, I could put it on a floppy disk and sell it, but that's not so much. I could do it in QBasic if I really wanted to, and then just ship it on a FreeDOS floppy. Like, just using FreeDOS as a boot disk is one thing, but I my biggest problem is it seems a little bit too simple. Yeah, well, didn't you load up? Hold on, chat reuse. Didn't you load up Xenix 286 to use the COBOL compiler? Oh yeah, Funori did that. Didn't. Is it still day? Yeah, I think it's still day. It's day. Yeah. Yeah, Foon did. I didn't actually do anything for Pride last year either. I don't. I feel like no. I did the Sun PCI video at that point. We had done the live streams in May for Linux from scratch, and that had drained me. Like, that was 44 hours of work in total between all three streams and the things I did before, and my soul was kind of leaking by the end of it. I don't know. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I'll shoot Foon a message and ask if they would be willing to let me do it. But it feels wrong because it's not my own work. My version of I did it under Windows with GDI flags, and mine was specifically a tribute to the Colorado Spring shooting victims that had happened that week. Like, don't get me wrong, you unfortunately, just living in the United States, you do kind of get desensitized to it because you hear about everyone, but that particular one got to me because it was a gay bar that got shot up. So, yeah, I would have to think about it. It would be I could do it as a charity project. I would probably do it in May for Pride 24 because I wouldn't be able to do it in time for this, and I would prefer to have it as a time limited thing. Like, it's just, this was bad timing this year. I'm still planning on doing more charity streams in the future. It's just, it takes a little bit too much out of me right now. But I'll figure it out. Like, a lot of what I've been doing over the last few months is mulling this all over on just where I want to take the channel. Because I am expecting that I'm going to have some pretty... kind of the end result of what started in June last year is I'm pretty sure I'm going to end up moving again. I don't know exactly what that's going to look like, so... and that means... the thing is that when I arrived here, everything I owned fit in 8 boxes. I now have 2 shelves and then some of vintage computer stuff that has to move with me. So... I don't know. I have my doubts about this project. Well, let's see. Let's see what we can do with it. I think what I'll do next is I will poll the community and see if this is something they would be interested in. Perhaps with some additional merchandise. Like, I could do a now loading shirt, and maybe something with the @ sign, like similar to, because I'm wearing a VCF shirt, but it would just be the @ because that's my de facto logo. And that wouldn't be that hard to actually do. No, the installation is just slow, but I mean, this is like taking 3 times the time it would otherwise. I still can't believe someone tipped $300. Like, I'm flabbergasted. Like, the other idea I had for doing, like, I still want to do a floppy disk based project, but I don't think I could do it with one floppy disk. Is could I make a copy of Linux that could run off a floppy disk? But I don't think I could fit both the kernel and a maybe BusyBox, but I know for a fact that it's quite difficult to get Linux and any tools in a 2 megabyte space, and I've got even less room to work with, even counting compression. So there's that. You know, I think it may have actually gotten stuck. I mean, the read light is flashing, so... Oh, no, 76%. It is actually going. It's just incredibly painfully slow. So, I just lost the chat. Hold on. I don't think I could use DMF on Linux without writing a patch. Not that that's actually new for the kernel. Yeah, I could do a kernel and a root disk. But I'm still not sure what I'd actually be able to do with it. Like, the largest problem is, while I could get the kernel to fit on a single CD-ROM drive, a single floppy disk, to get things like modules and stuff loaded would be the thing is that, like, how is it useful? Like, I would prefer to make something more useful than not. I tend to be tortured in a whole lot of different ways. So put the chat in the blue space. Kind of both. Actually, I can do that. That's actually an amusing idea. Chat, you have just become the Windows 898 boot messages. Well, you can do it, but you have no drivers. I believe the apps, like, if I was to stay with a era 2.4 or 2.6 kernel, you can get it down to about 700 kilobits, but again, you have no drivers. You know, it needs to be a little bit more to the left. There we go. So, chat, let's hear, I want to hear on all the ways that Windows 98 just got better. This is actually kind of amusing. Please register your copy of Windows 98. Like, I feel like I could do a blue screen with this. I don't know. I'm mulling it. I would like to make a decent utility disk. The boot floppy, after sitting here and trying it for a while, I think this may be a DOA idea, but I don't know. I'll have to sleep on it. Gotta move the windows down. This is actually quite funny. I'm actually getting a kick out of watching your messages on Streamlabs and just pretending that you're all... Oh god, that would be cursed. Windows 98, but it's Netscape. Ciro, that one causes pain. That causes pain. Yeah, I gotta fix the Streamlabs thing because obviously it doesn't like hexadecimal numbers. And we are 2 hours into the chat, into the stream. Oh, well, you're actually 3.5. Wow, it is later than I thought it was. I do want to make a point about this. Is I do know a lot of people watch my streams when they have bad days because I've gotten messages about it. And for those, especially those who are struggling because of who they are and not being accepted for it, do know that there are people out there that can and will accept you. You're not... The requirement to hold up to the expectations of others oftentimes is more harmful than not. I mean, yeah, there's certain aspects of society, but you shouldn't be ashamed of who you are as a person, even if your family is making your life a living hell out of it. I have had to deal with a fair bit of that. Like, oh, Aphrodite, thank you for the $5 donation. So, and that was my train of thought derailing. Apparently, you can nerd snipe me for $5 or more. This is really annoying because I was saying something important. Oh, right. I mean, what it really gets down to is if you live your life for someone who does not fundamentally respect you as a human being, I mean, it's just leading for suffering because you're basically rejecting who you are as a person. And that was one of the big things I learned in my travels. Like, when you have quite literally, like, there's a lot of universal constants in the world, but people are people, and you know, some are going to be good, some are going to be bad, some are going to tell you that you're wrong simply because they can and assume that you will never challenge it. And overcoming that can be one of the hardest things for anyone to do in their lives, but especially when it's something about you that you can't change. Like, throughout my, like, for those who don't know, I have a physical sleep disability. I suffer from... I'm formally diagnosed with delayed phase sleep syndrome. In practice, it's a lot closer to non-24, and when I got it reevaluated in 2021, the doctor basically said, "You're right on the line. I'm just going to keep your original it's just keep the original diagnosis because there's no treatment. Like, there's literally no treatment. I've tried light boxes. There's a couple of meds that wouldn't work in my particular case." I'm actually going to move the chat back down because you're no longer the Windows thing, the Windows installation banner. So yeah, and what makes it so much worse is being blamed for trying to have a reasonable boundary in your life. Like, you may know in your head that the other person's being completely unreasonable, but when it comes to aspects like family and such, sorry, this is a less than easy topic for me to talk about, but I think I should, especially because it's Pride. I have no real relationship with my family anymore. I haven't in many years. It was bad in 2015, and, well, you can guess what happened in 2016. With the exception of my mother, I haven't seen any of them in probably 5 years at this point, maybe longer. And I'm not going to say never, because people do change. It does. I have seen it. But when you really get right down to it, when you're in around people that simply cause you pain because they don't ultimately because they refuse to respect you as a human, like, my general experience was, it was everything I would say would, my experience a lot was anything I would say would be disregarded. And with my own personal life, I can't say, like, had I known what I know now, I would have made some different choices in my life. I don't really hate where I've ended up, but it stings a lot that a lot of where what happened in my life was entirely because it was of other people who had absolutely no care for my feelings on the matter. So there's that. I feel like it's a lot. Oh, the thing is, the plug and play detection is running under Windows 98. This was running slow before. It's the file copying in and of itself that was the slow stage, because that's 16-bit. That's still using the 16-bit driver. That being said, I am curious on how broken this is going to be when all is said and done, because I suspect it's doing hardware detection in the first stage and then going completely No, it failed to find the CD-ROM drive the last time, so you know what, I'm okay with that. But it also, now that I'm thinking about that again, I mean, the CD-ROM disappearing problem is not what I call. I've experienced that on other systems. I don't usually see it in emulation, but obviously it can happen. All right, let's see if the plug and pray works. I mean, bare metal tech TV, when you're in a situation when it's a living situation that you can't change, or a dependence of some sort, like financial, living situation, the like, it can become a living hell. It really can. Um, we had the CD-ROM issue happen twice here, Mister Mate Z Zico. Wow, I feel like every time I try to pronounce names on YouTube, it's just hard. I don't know. I guess I'm getting a little bit lost in my memories tonight. I've been rummaging a lot of my past, especially the years before my health really went to shit in 2015, 2016. I've had somewhat of a recovery, but I don't, like, I have a lot of time holding work because of a lot of it. Mostly because of the sleep disorder, but there are other aspects. Yeah. I mean, my folks split when I was they split a long time ago, and one of my parents basically just disappeared out of my life. So, yeah, I get that. It. What I'm going to say is it can, it can get better. It doesn't mean that it will, but it can. And part of that comes down to it comes out to how much you're willing to risk to basically do what it takes to get out of that situation. There's a lot of times there's options available to us as humans that we may be aware of but are unable to take, or dealing with the consequences of it. Yeah. I just realized that folks are writing messages, and oh no, I guess only Aphrodite and Mr. Mate Zico wrote messages. Oh no, Dagra wrote "Lamp is our friend" earlier. I should read out the messages when they come out, or do the YouTube thing with, do the stock thing where I make it go out on text to speech. But yeah, I moved to Alaska. That's about as far as you can. You can go farther. I could have technically gone to the I was sent to boarding school for parts of middle school and high school. After that, I went to boarding school and college. I decided after I left college to take work at Canonical that I wouldn't come back to New York. When I ended up leaving Rochester due to a relationship gone south and other things, I ended up moving to the West Coast, and then I moved to Alaska. I've gone back to Alaska. It's one of the very few places in my life I've gone back to multiple times, and at some point, I'd like to go back and settle there. America Samoa, you actually need a residency permit, even if you're an American citizen. You can visit, but you can't actually live there without permission from the local government. You can in Guam and the Commonwealth of Northern Maritime Islands. I mean, the other reason is that people fear the unknown. Standing up to an abuser, whether it's a parent, a loved one, a significant other, or just a loved one, has consequences, especially if they are the ones if they have control over your life. Like, I've read I am a fairly independent person, and I always have been, but I know how bad it can get from what I've heard from others and what I've witnessed with my own two eyes. But the consequences we imagine in our heads are not always as bad as the consequences. The biggest fear is ending up on the street or dead. But I've always found that if you want to get out of a bad situation, you really have to go all or nothing. You can't hedge your bets. And that's probably why so many people never actually manage it. Because ultimately speaking, well, let me put it like this. I was a tourist in Iraq. I actually flew from Istanbul to Iraq in 2011 as an American. Now, I went to Erbil. At the time, it was relatively safe. But it's still Iraq. And I was a firefighter before that. Ultimately speaking, I am willing to accept the consequences of my own actions. And while I may fear those consequences, and sometimes it holds me back, again, easier to talk about than not. A lot of what it really comes down to is there are folks you know, like, to get away from a bad situation requires work, it requires effort, it requires planning. Though planning is something I'm really good at, but even just be, even if you know someone's in a bad situation and you can't do anything about it, the people that you sit on the phone and just let them vent, it really does make the difference. And then there's the opposite situation, and it's in some ways the worst one, is when you've got someone who claims they care about you and then does absolutely nothing, and then it's just a matter of really it comes down to gaslighting. I mean, I'll put it like this. I'm not afraid to die in the course of living, because how many people, like, I've met a lot of people in life that basically got up, went to school, went to college, got the job that their parents wanted, spent 40 years hating it, retired a bitter person. My uncle is actually the example of this. He was an engineer, worked with analog circuits. From as far back as I can remember, he was always complaining about his job. He hated it. And I got the impression that it wasn't completely his choice to go into that. And it's like, do you want to spend 40 years hating what you're doing just because another person thought that you should do it? Well, this is progress. It got much, much farther. That's a sound. Well, not when yet. We're not the desktop, and I'm curious if it's still got the CD-ROM drive. Yeah, it's still booting. I think it's going to want to reboot again. Hey! Oh, that's a bit slow. Yeah, so the one concern... isn't there supposed to be music with this? I may not have a MIDI device installed. Yeah, no CD... That's interesting. Why is there no CD-ROM drive? Like, seriously, why is it not seeing that there's a CD-ROM drive? It's a standard API... Let's go into Device Manager and just take a peek. Oh, yeah, it's... Driver's not present. Okay. It would be a standard IDE hard drive controller, wouldn't it? Oh, wait. Are you kidding me? Windows 98 supports hard cards? You're joking. You're actually joking. I didn't know that. That's... Like, what else is in this list? I don't have a working hard card. Wow. ESDI and Windows 98. Chat. Are there ESDI machines that can even run Windows 98? It might be an 86. Chat reuse. It couldn't find the CD-ROM drive there either, which convinces. I suspect this is a hardware configuration issue at this point. I'm actually curious, like, what else is supported here? All right, it really looks like hard cards are really the only one. Let me just see here. If we do dual PCI, standard EDI, hard drive controller. Curious if that will actually... Actually, that's probably not the right driver to use, but... Oh no, that actually did it. Look. The CD-ROM drive came back. Yeah, look, there it is. Eric Wood, most computers that would have been designed for Windows 98 would have had IDE hard drives. Or IDE hard IDE CD-ROM drives. Obviously there is exceptions to that, but see, that's my other concern in doing this, because there were a fair number of machines that shipped with Sound Blaster hard drives, but yeah, so that is a win. You can actually install Windows 98 from a using a FreeDOS boot floppy. It can be done. So that means the actual fundamental basis for this project is viable. The question now is, do I make it into an actual product? Sorry, Sound Blaster CD-ROM drives, the proprietary ones. Yeah. Yeah, the floppy version of 98 FE exists, but that was really for people that had Windows 95. Like, I thought I thought IBM was the only one that used ESDI, and it basically died on the vine right afterward. Like, 98 would have been very late for that. Sony and Creative used proprietary interfaces. Like, if we look at the official... Here, let me show you what it does on the official Windows boot disk. Windows 90... Yeah, let's put the boot disk in. So, the official boot disk... let me open Edit up. Oh, come on. So we go on config.sys. You can see, this is what it does. It tries a whole bunch of drivers. It tries loading Oak CD-ROM first. It tries to load BT. Oh, I know that one. That's Bus Logic. I don't know what ASPI is. Oh, that may be the DAW's SCSI drivers. Because SCSI, you need the full SCSI stack. That might be the quick and dirty one. But FreeDOS's hardware compatibility, I have questions about. Maybe it's worth actually including all the CD-ROM drivers to try and make this a little bit easier. ASI, yeah, Adaptec SCSI. Okay. I don't, and then that would just leave the Flash PT one. Like, how many generic white beige boxes really came with SCSI cards? Like, is support for SCSI CD-ROM drives something I should care about? And more specifically, does FreeDOS support them? Because obviously I can't ship this driver. Yeah, I would think that if you had a SCSI CD-ROM drive, like, I know LGR uses SCSI drives on his 98 build. He's mentioned it before, and you can see it in some of his videos. But for someone who's getting into vintage computing, a SCSI-based system is going to be a nightmare. The only system I have that has ESDI, like ESDI, it's like what? The largest hard drive for ESDI was 160 megabytes. It's less than the minimum install. Uh, from what I understand, basically systems that shipped with CD-ROM drives are almost universally ATA PI, but you could add them. Like, let me see here: FreeDOS, SCSI, CD-ROM support. Yeah, it's just really just telling you to get the add-on driver, which, again, it's not something I can freely redistribute, although I presume that no one would actually care. Hmm. Yeah, I'm thinking. Well, hold on. Let me see what the universe. Let me read the page for Universal DVD 2 because that's the one we're using. So it's okay. So the nav driver's actually been replaced. UDI Junior is the DAW's Universal IDE caching driver. Supports IDE, SATA HDs, CD-ROMs, and DVDs. So yeah, if you have a SCSI one, you would have to basically just load in your own driver. But I have to be. I mean, there has to be a limit of. Um, there has to be a limit of what I will support, but operating systems always tend to be very hit or miss. But if I can say requires IDE CD-ROM drive on the product information page, it's should be good enough because if nothing else, you can still get new or at least new-ish PATA CD-ROM drives. That is possible, actually. Um, SATA, what? I want to say SATA first started coming around 2004, 2005. It didn't become common until later. Okay, I am still going to call that a win. My next question is, what about Windows 95? Because the problem with 95 is you'd have to do it on FAT16. Do we want to try one more, or do we want to kind of call this good just as far as checking project viability? Kind of want to try one more just for the sake of trying it. Like, installing 95 shouldn't be that long of a time, would it? Or we could also try NT or 2000, but again, less of a pain point there. Let's see here, standard Rev 1. Well, I don't have any drivers. I don't have drivers installed here, but I should actually hold on. The video card I have installed should support higher graphics modes. Yeah, I can actually go up to 256 color modes. And I have to restart to change my color settings. Like I said, it's going to be, it was, the product that I was planning was essentially it was basically designed for someone who is just getting into vintage computing. You buy the disc, which gives you a way to start a computer that doesn't have a hard drive. You just could throw in an XT IDE or the like and basically be up and running in a handful of minutes. Instead, chat, where did the CD-ROM drive go? Why did it lose the CD-ROM drive? I feel like there's bugs. So I change the driver, and then the CD-ROM drive comes back. Yeah, so apparently with this setup, it ejects the CD-ROM, you know... Oh god, I'm just... Here at Aperture Science, we fire the whole bullet for 70% more bullet per shot. I am literally thinking of the Portal 2 turret ad. Try ejecting the disk from Explorer. Oh, it ejected the disk. Let's see what happens when I reboot it. Well, there is no config and auto exec, or there shouldn't be. Like, let's hit F8 and take a look. Yeah, they're completely empty. Oh yeah, I have to crop the window. Streaming be like... Excuse me. Wow, that's words failing. So you can do it. I guess you would have to do FAT16, but there's no reason why you couldn't... What year... Hold on, what year is this BIOS? Like, that's probably part of this. Yep, and that's the CD-ROM drive going away again. Yeah, it might just be that the BIOS is a little bit too old for it, because 86 box can emulates a whole bunch of hardware, but it only... No, it's a 97... What? Well, that's my rent for the month taken care of, or well, a good chunk of it anyway. Oh my God, WTF, BBQ, like, god damn, dude, thank you, holy shit. For those who missed it, that was a $514.91 donation to myself, to the channel, matching Oz $300, or well, sorry, not matching. It's like holy shnikey. They should be real, because that would be Streamlabs goes right through PayPal. Like, that should go straight from there right into the Restless Systems LLC account, because all my online stuff is done through Restless Systems. So, like, yeah, holy cow. Dude, like, thank you so much. I'm really you know what? Just for that alone, we're going to try Windows. Hold on. You know what? I'm gonna let the hold on. OMG WTF BBQ. Your call. Windows 95 or Windows Millennium Edition. I should also ask but I don't know if they're here in chat. I will do one more. I will try another one. I'll give them a few moments to respond. I don't know how bad this stream lag is tonight. Because, like... You know, this actually inspired... I have more to say about that because I want to talk a bit about how much people have helped me in my life. I am waiting to see if they show up in chat. If they don't, I will run... You know, I will run a poll, but if they respond because they made the donation, as did I will default to that. And if those two decide to disagree on Emmy or 95... So let's see. I would assume that Emmy would just... Well, I don't want to say would just work, but... The Cairo betas, really? You want me to try those with FreeDOS? Are you crazy? Actually, I should take a look at those. Alright, 27. It's fun watching democracy. I feel like chat is trying to do the thing where... Yeah, chat is doing the thing where it says at 50-50. Nope, Millennium Edition is winning out. Nope, it's 50-50 again. Chat, why are you Thanosing me? It's all... You're perfectly balancing the poll. Nope, 95 is getting traction. 95 is getting traction. Eric Wood, Windows FreeX does not work on FreeDOS unless you've got a patched version, and even then it is buggy. Okay, I am going to say 95 has it. So let's put the base disk in. Let's put the CD-ROM in. This is an OSR2 CD-ROM, so it does support FAT32, but we're not going to use FAT32. Like, I'm still utterly blown away. Like, seriously, $1,000 it really goes a long way for me. Actually, we don't. No, we do have to F-disk this because I want this. We do not want large disk support. Oh, wait. FreeDOS. Yeah, no, we don't want to use large. Okay, so delete partition. Alright, and then that becomes FAT16. So now we need to reboot. I like them both for their own reasons. I have a lot of memories of Windows 95 because I got Windows 95 as a Christmas gift. And so I remember trying it on my computer, and I got it on floppies, and it was just the coolest thing ever. Like, especially upgrading from Windows 3.1. I really loved the look of Explorer. It looked so much nicer. Oh, I had the wrong window focused. I just typed fdisk in chat instead of... That was not what I meant to... I'm okay. Oh yeah, look. Actually, look at that. It will format FAT16. I thought 4 gigabytes was the limit for FAT16, not 2. Alright, so that's formatted. So... Do we want to try copying the files, or do we want to install off the CD-ROM? I feel like we should do this for consistency. Okay, alright. Files copying. Yeah, I guess it is 2 gig, although it implies that they use signed variables. Well, let's be honest, a lot of commercials in the 90s were really cheesy. So it isn't impossible to create a 5... it would not be impossible to create a 5.25-inch Windows 95 install. There's actually been some... There is some belief that that may have actually been an official product. Because, like, I remember a thread discussing it. That it may have actually existed. And there are ways you can do that with cabinet files. That being said, the Windows 95 background is the best. Okay, that explains it. I didn't actually know that. Like, alright. Okay, Windows 95. Like, the 95 installer would have, has quite a few more questions than not. Alright. Didn't they... Hold on. I don't think this is the one that would be 1111111111, but... hold on. Wrong one. Hey, it worked on the first try! I was expecting to have to try like 20 keys. Okay. Oh, brain. Chat, I'm astounded. I really am. I still can't believe $1,000. That goes a long way. I'm not exactly in financial dire straits, but that could change very easily just because of the circumstances of my life. So I was actually going to talk about this. It's I have had people in my life, throughout my life, I've had people show up to help, just out of the blue, out of the generosity of their heart. And you know, in this day and age, especially when we see things like Florida, essentially, you know, I see what happens in Florida. Like, you know, public attacks on drag, public attacks on trans, public attacks on LGBT as a whole, scapegoating things, kids basically saying that, essentially, if not flat out saying it, implying that kids are the property of their parents. There's a lot of ugly in the world. Like, this is going really fast. Like, why is this so much faster than the other one? I don't. There are videos on YouTube talking about the key algorithm. I don't think. Like, I'm just being kind of paranoid about the keys, but I believe the deleted messages are still going to actually show up in the because it's burned in. So there's that. Like, I'm still a little bit besides myself right now. Well, true. Windows 98 is, well. You know, here's the fact. I said it was going a lot faster, and then it stopped going a lot faster. I don't know. Maybe Chat GPT is just a version of Windows 95 that was left on for too long. Well, it'll be interesting to see if we have less problems than that with this than not, because this is looking a lot more viable than what I thought. Oh yeah, you're right. Windows 95 does freeze after 47 days. No, Stringer News. We have 84 people counting, and myself who was watching this progress bar move. So when I was a kid, I had a Sidewinder 3D Pro. It's a great joystick. Or, well, more was an okay joystick, but I just remember having it. Hey, Veal. You've missed me being broken, because people have been incredibly generous tonight, and like I had no reason to expect it. I would have been happy. Like, I don't even know what to say. Yeah, you know, now that I'm looking about it, I do actually think this is kind of nicer. Well, anything that has motors and plugs into the wall is a force to be reckoned with. Because you now you could have a accurate simulation of. Oh God, I just had a cursed idea. Imagine reverse engineering the Microsoft network, because Microsoft used to run an ISP. Yeah, that's a micro. I believe that's a Microsoft Natural type, or natural keyboard. I think is what they were called. Oh, Doom Gray, we got 98 working. Or, well, we got it working well enough that I believe the project is viable. I just don't know if it's useful. I was going to wrap it up there, and then chat convinced me to go for quite a bit longer. I like it felt like I'm sorry, I'm a little bit flabbergasted, but I guess that's proof. That's literally proof of it. I mean, I'm a tiny YouTube channel. I have no reservation. I have no imaginations. I have how you know what? I will actually tell you how many subscribers I have. The exact number right now. Let me pull up Studio on the other panel. At this moment, I have 37,678 subscribers on my channel. And as of today, how many have I gained? I have gained six subscribers since yesterday. Hold on, actually, there is a better place to look for this. Because the analytics panel is a little bit... So today, is this up to date? Yeah, it's not... Well, YouTube's a little bit iffy. Yeah, so I've actually gained... I don't know, 20 or so followers. I don't get a lot with live streams, primarily because I don't think YouTube does a very good job of promoting them. I know Twitch is worse, unless you are like one of the biggest streamers on the platform. Like I know discoverability on Twitch is just incredibly bad. All right, there we go. And let me catch back up with chat. I remember this screen because I remember it used to crash right after it. Microsoft Network was basically it was basically an AOL-like walled garden, but it used Explorer interfaces. We had it back in the day. You know what? We should crack open that help file. When we install... Someone remind me once it's done installing. We should take a look. You must provide the networking... I don't think I've ever seen this prompt before. Well, I probably have. I like that. Apparently... Because there's a network card installed. I've never had one installed in 90... No, I have had one installed. Default. What? I'm good with that. I'll spoil sport, Microsoft. Why can't I have those two be the same name? I have thought about also doing streaming on Twitch, but the exclusivity clauses is part of why I haven't. I also would only get 50% of the ad revenue instead of the 70-30 split. Okay, someone just donated. I don't have it up. Let me look. Eliza, thank you for the $10 donation. Like, God. Alright, you know what? I have an idea. I don't want to commit to it just because life be life. But I feel like I'm going to do a special event for this. Hopefully before the end of the month. Like, it might come at the very last minute, but I'm hoping we do something for Pride. Like, I see emails from YouTube. I still think it's less bad than Twitch, but it's a lot why I do try to schedule my streams 24 hours in advance. I don't always succeed at that, but I don't stream on a regular schedule. I only stream... I stream when I can, and when I have an idea to stream. Like, I don't want to be doing filler content, but I have thought about doing a few more gaming streams to intermix it. I've actually been playing a lot of Factorio in the last few months. Wait, we don't have a printer. The driver is probably a holdover from Windows 95 and was just carried forward. But now I really want to see an MFM hard drive in Windows Millennium Edition. Actually, you could go a lot farther than that. Like, you could actually get an MFM hard drive. As long as you had an ISA slot, you could put an MFM card in a modern PC. They do exist for, like, there are modern Celerons and such that have one ISA slot just for industrial purposes. I don't have an emulated printer set up. Mondico80, thank you for the subscription. It is actually connected. It's just turned off because when I turn on the printer... Oh, that sound. Yeah, it actually booted to the desktop on the first try. I'll be damned. Oh, look! Look what's not here. We call this Schrödinger's CD-ROM drive. The CD-ROM drive is both present and not present until you look in the driver panel and collapse the waveform. You know what? I'm just going to let it search for a driver. Alright, fine. I'm going to select a driver. Like, I could select this. And then the... Chat, we just found a difference between Windows 95 and Windows 98. If you hot plug in a CD-ROM drive on Windows 95, it will run autoplay.in, and on Windows 98, it will not. Oh, I wouldn't try to install it. I would just try to use it. Although, no, 86 box isn't disconnecting. This is probably a chipset problem, just due to the settings I'm using. Aww. I can fix that. We can turn the colors up. Or we should be able to turn the colors up. Oh, wait, we gotta reboot, so we'll probably lose the CD-ROM drive. Well, I mean, yes, I probably am, but I'm also the first person to play pinball on I'm the first person to have determined that pinball on Itanium existed. I should pull out the Titanic, but I don't know if I could run the Titanic and the air conditioner at the same time. I can't run my microwave and the air conditioner at the same time. It will, in fact, pop the breaker. I've already done it twice this week because I keep forgetting. Okay. Wait, oh, right, because it was 16 color before. Top left of the computer icon in system. Sierra, what am I supposed to be seeing? I mean, it looks a little bit too far to the left. Oh, general tab. Okay. It doesn't look wrong to me. Question mark? Maybe it was only in 16 color mode? Well, fine. Let's go back to 16 color mode. This is an emulated machine. This isn't, I'm not doing this on real hardware. I will test this on real hardware to see how well it actually works. Well, I want to make sure FAT16 worked. Besides, every time we reboot, we get to hear that sound. Huh. I guess it was a one-off. But yeah, there are definitely some chipset problems here. I don't have Discord up, and I'm logged into the streaming account, so I can't easily get into Discord. Ciro, you're a mod. You can post links in chat. Like, mods and approved users can post links, so feel free. Can I get a link that's not to Discord? Because I'd have to be logged in to see that one, and I can't log into Discord easily here. Because I'll pull it up on the main screen. Or actually, if that's just an image, hold on, let me get my mouse out of here. Oh yeah, that is a GDI bug. Hold on, let me pull that off and we'll put that in the other screen. Let's see here, desktop. Yeah, that is in fact a GDI bug. Or it's some sort of invisible widget. Or maybe the malware that's infecting my desktop, malware in quotes here, also got the VM. Obviously not, but still. Let's get off desktop. Go back to that. Do we want to do Millennium Edition? You know, let's go for broke. Like, wasn't planning on doing them all tonight, but this is... Millennium Edition might be interesting, because I also expect it might break. Why is the CD not in there? Oh, yeah, no, it is. Okay, never mind. Yeah, let's try Millennium Edition. This might be a bit painfully slow, but we'll see. And once again, I am typing in the wrong window. I probably should repartition it, but we know it works either way. I don't really care that much. Actually, yeah, no, we can do that. Alright, now we gotta wait for that to copy. which will probably take a bit because there's quite a bit on that disk. Oh, I forgot to do the hate file. I forgot to do the help file, and I already killed it. Damn it. Wait. Maybe I can still unformat. Maybe I can still unformat. It might still be possible. Hold on. Oh, right. I'd have to have all FreeDOS installed. Oh, I can't believe I completely forgot to do that. I got distracted. That's okay. Maybe the help file's there on Millennium Edition. No, me will work with FAT16. What? Right access denied. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. I'm not questioning it. I'm just going to accept it for what it is. I can't. How can I even? Is there an easy way to even open up the help file on Windows 11? Like, I thought they removed support for the classic help system. Yeah, a lot of the later NVIDIA drivers are, shall we say, not the highest quality. Matt KC did a video on that with the Ultimate Windows 98 computer. I would still have to find the actual help file in the cabs, so it's like, I don't know if I want to dig that out tonight. Like, I'm going to go use the facilities, because I think all that Red Bull is going right through me. I'll be back in a moment. And I'm back. All right. Yeah, I think I want to do that 486 stream again. I want to try that. Sorry, it's a bit late. It's getting a bit late here, but you know what? I want to go for broke. You guys made my night. I'm going to play it straight. I'm going to completely. So, one of the big things that I've been dealing with SN, that's a project I did well before this, is the site is 9 years old. It's written in what can be best called angry Perl. You know, it's amazing how much change they did on this. Okay, hold on. Oh, are we really back to... Yeah, it's the That's probably. Oh, you know what? There's almost certainly an OEM key. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. All right. Got that taken care of. Oh, no. That's the capture card. There's the window. Okay. There it goes. Well, I mean, this... when I was trying to make a floppy disk edition of... like, an actual floppy disk edition of Millennium Edition, what I discovered is that the su.win file doesn't work correctly with floppy installs. It tries and then fails. I'd probably have to use the Windows 98 installer to install me if I was to make a floppy disk edition of Windows 98. Also, I am deeply curious. Are we going to have the same CD-ROM issues that we've had before? Like, is Millennium Edition going to be less bad in this regard? Because me did have quite a few bug fixes. Okay. Now it wants to create a startup disk. Alright, and there we go. That be me. But it would be if you click help in the start menu and then you could search for it. I am shocked on how active chat is tonight. Like, the last few streams, it's been very quiet in chat, but it is hopping tonight. Considering it's Monday now, it's like they had to fix the old bugs to make way to the new ones. I like that. I really do like that. Now, what do we talk about while we're installing this version of Windows? Like, I've got plenty of things I can talk about, but let's see here. Chat, what sort of story do you want here? Like, we want to talk more about acceptance? I don't know. I guess if we're going to talk about on that theme, well, hold on. Let me put my glasses back on so I can actually read the chat. I'm surprisingly blind without them. I mean, what it comes down to for a big part of my struggle was accepting disability for what it is. Like, my health issues are long and numerous, and I guess a lot of it is it's very hard to lose. It's hard to continue because like, what do you do when accommodations just aren't reasonably accomplished? In the United States, we have the American with Disabilities Act, or ADA. It requires that employers make reasonable accommodations for people that have disabilities. How do you have a reasonable accommodation for someone that can't sleep and wake with the sun? Like, that was a really hard thing that I've had to face for a long time. I made it work in my 20s, but as I got older, like, from what I've been told, my mother said that even as an infant, I didn't sleep through the night until much later than is the average, and it was never good. Like, even in elementary school, I routinely remember seeing 3 a.m. My parents gave up. There was no. What can you do when your kid fundamentally can't sleep? Because yeah, I would just lay there in bed. I would pace. I would read. Like, a lot of why I'm good at this is because this is what I used to do in the middle of the night. Because the only thing you could watch, there was nothing to watch on TV at 3 a.m. It was either reruns, so I would sit on the computer. The phone line wasn't in use, so I would dial into AOL, and that was it. Self-employed is hard. Like, self-employed is a lot harder than people think it is. Because when you do something like Upwork, there's still the expectation of phone calls and meetings. It's really hard that if you, like, being told that I have to be somewhere at a given time on a given day is a damn near impossible task for me sometimes. Flights are hard. I've made it work, surprisingly, but I don't know. I've done a couple of startups, none of which were particularly successful. Silent News, although I don't count it as startup, is probably the winner here. A lot of forming restless systems was trying to keep my mind occupied through the pandemic because I had gone funding for a research project that I had done, but I realized that there was more fundamental flaws in it than I realized, and I lost a lot of enthusiasm for the project over a lot of things. Working in tech remote, it should be possible, but it should be possible. That's the best I can sum. Like, staying at YouTube has been the longest I've held a job since, quote unquote, job. I don't know. For me personally, like, I was financially supported for the pandemic. I still am, actually. It's one of the big things that I'm really trying to get change in my life, which is a part why I'm looking much more seriously on doing merchandise and stuff. It's like, the only way my life is going to get better, because a good chunk of my non-online life has been a flaming dumpster fire for quite a while. I've alluded to it in the weeks and months past. It is getting better, very slowly. No, I know it's possible, but because Canonical is full time support, was a full time remote, but I have such a large gap in my resume that getting through the door is extremely difficult. And I still don't know if my health will give out under me. Like, the sleep disorder is just the most evident of some of the problems, but It has gone better in recent years, a lot because it was a do or die, and I ultimately forced through changes in my life that had to be done, but were not easy for me to do. I watch Cafeoid Ray Dude from time to time. I don't have a lot of interest in um, analog electronics, which is a lot, or analog media, which is a lot of what he covers. Like, I know there's a lot of people that appreciate it, but eh. Although that does lead to a rather funny story. So, um, 2 years ago, Cafeoid Ray Dude does a video about a TV with an integrated, I think it was an integrated mini DV VCR. And I watched the video just because middle of the night, tired, so be it. And VCF was like 3 days later. So we're at VCF, and I've got the compact portable out there as my exhibit. And an acquaintance of mine has a CRT, and with a CRT, I can do a full color demo. And they look at me and says, "So you know what you got in the box?" And it says, "Oh yeah, you probably just have a CRT with a mini DV player." And they give me this look, and they were quite annoyed at me by the fact that I was completely correct. It was a complete shot in the dark. You actually can see it in my VCF video because I have it on top of the compact portable. Yes. Yeah, I have seen some of his quick start OSs, and I have made it. I really need to get back into making videos. I've been trying to find a video project that I can do that is relatively simple, straightforward, because the last few have taken a lot out of me, and again, there were intervening circumstances that led into putting the channel on hiatus, and I also had to go. July 4th is a date that has a lot of significance in my life. Last July 4th, it sounds cliche, but it's a lot when I came to terms with certain aspects of my life that I really had struggled with prior, and it made a lot, and I spent a lot of time trying to understand it. I ended up going on a bike tour after that because I went out looking for answers, and it's going. I suppose the typical story is someone goes out to the answers that they seek, travel all around the world, and find nothing. For me specifically, I knew exactly what I was looking for. I was trying to understand. I talk about this in my Restless Yankee videos. I was looking for monuments and memorials from the Revolutionary and Civil War, since those were mostly fought in this area. Because it was thinking about the impact people have, how much impact people have in their lives. And for someone who fought in either the Revolutionary or Civil Wars, or, really did anything and ultimately paid a price for it, whether in part or in whole, how much do you think they thought about difference they made? Like, had the America not gone revolution, the country as we know it would not exist. Had the Union not won, the Confederacy would have broken away. Like, those are events that changed history, and we remember the leaders behind it, but there's all the people who didn't, and it was a lot of thinking more about how much difference one person, how much difference can a person make. For me personally, I've always my goal in life is to leave the world a better place than I found it. And it's always I don't know. There's a lot of times where I find, have I actually made a difference in the world? And I know I've made a difference to people, and it's probably, and I like to think that I sit here and try and make a difference for the people that tune into my streams or to my videos. And I know that has a knockdown effect because the people that I make a difference to will in turn have it tends to get played forward, so to speak. And yes, the setup banners are gone again. I would love to know why that happens under FreeDOS. Because you know what? We had the setup banners on the 486. And the 486 was below minimum requirements. Was well below minimum requirements. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting a little rambly because it is almost 4 in the morning here. So I could go longer, but I think after we do Millennium Edition, I kind of want to call it a night. Because this is actually the longest stream I've done in a while. Like, when I first started the channel, I used to do 8 to 12 hour marathon streams. We had more than a few that got right up to the limit of 12 hours. So it feels good to actually get back to it. I completely just ran out of things to talk about. Okay. No, Alaska. No, I live in New Jersey. Alaska is AKDT. Alaska Kodiak Daylight Savings Time. Although the Aleutian Islands are in their own time zone shared with Hawaii. I used to live in Alaska. And the original plan I had for the apartment is I wanted to put the state flags. I wanted to put Alaska, New York, and New Jersey, and I was thinking about putting Oregon, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and maybe Texas. I didn't live in Texas for very long, just because those are the states I've lived in. Yeah. It's more that well, the fact of the matter is that time zones are irrelevant for me because yay sleep disorder. I not only live I live next to Newark. Like, we know toxic waste here. New Jersey is home to more federal Superfund sites than any other state in the union. We per capita we have more toxic waste than anywhere else in the country. Jersey City. I live in Jersey City. Yeah. So, I'm from New York City originally. I was born and raised. I was born there, but I was raised in the suburbs. Although I consider myself a native New Yorker, and so although many years of traveling have very much dulled the New York accent. So, I don't know. I do like living in New Jersey. It's the state that has the most toxic waste and yet has working public transportation. The winters here are not too bad, but I used to live in Rochester, and again, well, I actually never did an Alaskan winter. It's actually not that bad in Anchorage because Anchorage, I left Anchorage in October or November. So I actually bought a car and I drove it all the way from Anchorage to Miami and then some. So, like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Well, I saw ads. So PAF has gone so utterly terrible that when I saw an ad on the path that Port Authority is investing $1 billion on, it's like, oh, maybe we can have maybe we can have slightly less shit train service, but like they only run the PAF trains these days like on a 30-minute head time on the weekends. And you would either have to go to via Hoboken if you want to go up to 33rd Street, or you have to go through World Trade Center. But I will know that when I have a really bad day, I occasionally have gone down to Hoboken or Newark stations and just gone on a train and got away. Now, no. It's hold on. It's Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. So it's a 50% blame thing, because that being said, New York is completely capable of routing things on their own. Also, see the LIRR. Also, I actually went down to the new lower level at Grand Central and was like, holy shit, that is crap. That much, like, yes, the LIRR is now at Grand Central, which is nice, but that is like descending into the third pit of hell. Oh, that that hurts. Ow. Yeah, so a few years ago, well, it recently opened, but the city of New York petitioned the federal government for what was called the East Side Access process. So they bored one of the deepest rail tunnels in the world to bring the LIRR to Grand Central, which is the one of New York's two train stations, the other being Penn. The Grand Central is a very old and famous train station. It's a landmark, and it is like the worst part is the escalators. Like, I almost, you know what? Maybe I don't know when I'll do it, but maybe I should grab the GoPro and I'll do a quick Restless Yankee video next time I go to Grand Central, because this is like a sheer vertical drop of an escalator. I actually got like I'm not a big fan of heights, despite but it's like you go down, you have a tunnel, there's a few tracks, there's no sitting area, there's just a very sad and pathetic Hudson News. Now, obviously, this is all underground and very, very deep, but like, the fuck? I also gotta tell you, the new Penn Station, I really am underwhelmed by. It just looks what's the name of it, the Monte, it just doesn't look right. Like, it just, I don't know, it I feel like the public works projects we've gone, I feel like a little shortchanged on, even though they are some of the most expensive in the world. I didn't experience that with the cops, but we weren't. But I wasn't there all that long, so it doesn't surprise me because it's isolated core. It's a very long walk. Like, that was the part that blew my mind of how long that walk was. You basically go from the escalator of the lower level to the sub basement, and then it's something like a 5 or 10 minute walk to even get to the train platform. Zero, you know, I wouldn't have described that. That actually would describe it perfectly. I should actually look at the Wikipedia. You know what? We're not doing anything, so why don't I take a look? Let me look at the Wikipedia article and see what East Side Access has to say. I'm curious if what the criticisms are, if anything. I mean, they have 293. Okay, so the new terminal is called Grand Central Madison. So services. History. Yeah, like they have pictures of it. I'll actually put the link in chat if folks want to see what we're talking about, because we are now going into literally deep New York time. Like, and you can. There's a picture on that page where you can actually see the escalators. You know what? Let me just pop this tab off. I'll put it in the other window. Well, we will talk about. It gives. This is a good distraction for a bit because we're just sitting here watching a progress bar. Like, yeah, so this is the new East Side Access project. So the escalator from hell is here. And this is a lot steeper than it looks. Like, I stood on it from the top, and I really felt like I was going to topple forward. And I don't even think this is the main escalator, because there was like two different sets. It was just bad. Yeah, so it doesn't look like there's anything talking, like, I don't see a criticism section here. So, there's that. So, yeah. Chat reuse, have a great night. Yeah, DC ones are pretty steep as well, but not like that steep. Well, DC, I saw a picture the other day. DC apparently has an entire Pride train roaming its system. It's like, I appreciate that. I don't know if the MTA has done anything similar. I have not made it to Australia. I really do want to get down there at some point, but I've always dreamed. I've actually never been to the Southern Hemisphere. I always held off doing so because I always wanted to drive from Alaska to Argentina. That was one of my. That's kind of my. That's the biggest item on my bucket list, and I don't. There are reasons why it's less practical now than it used to be. But I hope that maybe I'll still be able to do it. This is taking a really long time to copy files. We're still in stage 1 of the installation. Yeah, I mean, I really worry how long it'll be before someone falls down that escalator and actually breaks their neck. It is that steep. I wouldn't drive for the Darien Gap. I would ship the car from Panama to Ecuador or Colombia. That's what most people who do it do. So, especially because of the amount of things that there's the Darien Gap has become a refuge for militant groups, as well as a lot of people that are trying to flee from South America and are basically making the journey upward slowly. Yeah, it is the authentic 90s install time. It's still not as bad as doing floppy disks on the 486. I mean, the estimated time remaining wasn't even accurate to reality. Yeah, I'm struggling a little bit to. Okay, so what else can I talk about? We've talked about making this boot disk. I'm still debating. Like, I'm currently like 50-50. The fact that we've got this working is good. My biggest thing is I'm still debating on how useful of a product it is. So what I think I'm going to do is I'll put a post up on Patreon, and I'll actually put this also up as a community post and on Discord, and let's just see how how much interest it actually gets. Like, it's always hard to judge if a product is good or bad from the comments, but I figure we spend a few streams on and off working on it, and we could come up with something fairly nice. Like, this is not what it would look like. Like, I would like to make this, like, very simple, very easy to use. In fact, I probably would make it just, like... I would really just need to figure out a good menuing program for it, or... I guess I could just ship it with some batch files that basically simplify and streamline the entire process. I will say that I really do wish that 86 box did have the CD hard drive seeking times, because... Not times, sounds, because that would... Excuse me. Very much complete the experience. Well, hard drives used to be, Segura, the hard drives used to be magnetic rust. They weren't solid state. Like, as I call them, spinning rust. But I was talking with a friend the other night, and I had a moment of, I realized, oh, I am really old, because I realized that by and large, kids today wouldn't know what a busy signal sounds like. And it's like, I don't know what made me think about. No, I remember what I made me think about. Because when you call someone on Signal, the phone rings, but it's just a recording of a ringing tone. So it's like we're listening to a reproduction of something that used to be done with mechanical switches. 86%. I do think I do think I just kind of want to see this through. I still need to figure out exactly what needs to go on this disc and handle all the other aspects of it. Like, I would probably put a copy of Disk Dump on it. I can think of a few other things. Yeah, pretty much. Although modern cameras don't have a shutter, since, film. Like, I can hear my NAS when it really gets up to speed and makes noises. Ooh, rip tech flash. I mean, VoIP services are always fun. With everything on the move towards EV, there's going to be a time where people are going to be surprised that we used to have to put gasoline in cars. Let's see here. Let me think of, let me see. I can think of a few other ones. Like, there's quite a few things in modern day life that really exist because they existed at one point and have been kept forward for tradition. It's almost done copying files. Let's see here, where are we? We are at 5 hours, 10 minutes. So, yeah, when we get into ME, assuming it actually works, because, like I said, I feel... I actually... helped do the port of Android 2.0 to the G1. I wrote the replacement camera driver, and I used to run Silogen, and I just, sometime around Android 4, I just felt that it was no longer necessary to unlock my phone and install custom ROMs, because they didn't offer anything that I couldn't get with my phone. like, um, competent rail service would be really nice. Like, that being said, as bad as American trains are, it could be worse. It could be Canada. Like, I have yet to hear a Canadian. I have yet to find the proof of a Canadian that has both taken VN Rail and has survived the experience. I'm assuming they have to, but I've heard horror stories around Via. All right. Um, Sakumi, I hope you have a wonderful night, and I hope that you sleep well and have wonderful dreams. I don't know. There's an idea trying to dig out the old AOSP source code and building some custom ROMs. That would take me back. Although you can still run like, and I still think Android 1.0 is a supported in the official emulator, so it's like, eh. I've heard of Postmarket OS, but I've never tried it. Amtrak is slow, but the service is excellent. Like, I've done long haul in both Europe and in America, and I will actually say that American trains are more comfortable. They're just a order of magnitude slower. But and I spent New Year's Eve on a long haul Amtrak train on the Cardinals, and it was phenomenal. Okay. So the question is, will it boot or will it blend? Oh, I just remembered there is copyrighted music on this. I have to mute my desktop audio. This is going to play an intro video, and it is copyright. It will actually play copyrighted music. So I just had to remember to mute the desktop audio. I don't know. I'm maybe that would be an interesting one to do some vintage Android stuff, but I really need to make a new video. I just muted the desktop audio because I don't want to get a Content ID claim on this. Because they licensed a song for me, and it is shown in the introduction video. I thought when Me does its first startup, it plays a introduction to Me clip that has license that uses license. Yeah, that song is copyrighted. I don't know if it will Content ID strike the channel, or I should say strike Content ID claim it, but LGR mentioned that he had to clip it when he did his Me video. No, it's an actual licensed song from Rhea. Or it may be the one that shipped in Media Player. I haven't personally seen the claim because the only time we've done Me on this channel is on the 486, and I didn't have the sound hardware plugged in, and we didn't finish the install. I'm fairly certain that song is copyrighted. I could be wrong. Well, I mean, it is copyrighted, but it may not be Content ID'd. Okay, it is setting up hardware and plug-and-play devices. Yeah, the Beck song is what I'm thinking. Doesn't that play after installation automatically? I could be wrong. I could easily be wrong. Alright, we're down to the T-minus 14 minutes mark. Oh, it does play. Okay, you're right. Maybe I'm just getting confusing because it's also really late here, or getting increasingly late here, at least for me. Um, I could do some Hackintosh stuff. macOS doesn't. It doesn't interest me very much. I mean, I recently have returned to the land of Macs. I had to replace my old laptop, and um, there's that. Yeah, so plug and play, or plug and pray. All right, there's reboot. So I think we're in the home stretch here. Okay. So it looks like you can, in fact, install 95, 98, and Millennium Edition from the current version of FreeDOS with relatively little pain. It's not perfect, but it does work. Okay, setting up the following items. Games. Well, this is going quite quickly. I don't... having done all free installations back to back, it's like quite a bit more changed in Millennium Edition than I think people gave credit to. Because Millennium Edition was not supposed to be the last 9X release. I believe that was supposed to be Neptune before they finally decided to go with XP. Or maybe it was Odyssey. No, Neptune I think was NT. It was Odyssey that was supposed to be the next 9X. Zero, there's no drum here. You're playing on an imaginary drum. This feels like a philosophical question. If you try and get a drum beat, but there is no drum, does it make a sound? Yeah, Neptune. Sorry, Neptune was NT. It was. Was it? Maybe it was Odyssey, and at least it was discussed. I'd have to look on Beta Wiki. Alright. I really wish it told you more about what it was doing, because, like, this UI progress thing, it helps you know that things are happening, but you do have to wonder if it's just the bar moving across and not actually doing anything. Super Microsoft Odyssey. So does that mean if I throw the Windows logo at someone at a computer, I can take complete control of it? Yeah, wow, I am definitely starting to fade. So, so what's the pain that you're currently going through? I want to see this out. I want to see this out to the end, but I can't. It won't be that much longer. I mean, it says it's only supposed to be 7 minutes. Well, no. You look at it funny and it crashes. I mean, it's really hard to take control of something when it just bursts into flame and completely fails to, you know, completely fails to work. Um, I mean, I have a lot of vintage keyboards. I don't know how much I'd say I have an interest in vintage keyboards in and of itself, but yeah. Me was released consecutively with 2000, so XP is the successor. It is unofficially possible to upgrade Me to 2000 because the 2000 installer will recognize it as Windows 98, and it sort of works. I'm debating actually going to get another Red Bull, but I've already had 4 today. I'm apparently reliving my college days. I don't think I'm going to be awake for it, and I also don't think that help file would be there. It's going! It's going! I'm actually going to stretch my legs because oh, that helps. That helps a fair bit. I still can't believe I'm still kind of in shock about the generosity of people. I really am. And like despite despite my doubts on how useful of a product this might be, I kind of just want to still do it for the sake of doing it. I don't know how far and over the top I might go with it, but I don't know. I bought a pack of 50 floppies, new old stock. Let's say 45 are usable. There's probably 45 people in the world that would be interested in this. Hopefully of my subscribers. And if not, really all I've lost is a little bit of time and some effort doing something I appreciate. So you know what? That's good. Alright, I hope you have a good night, Tech Flash. Yeah, I am definitely starting to fall asleep at my desk. That's a new one for this channel. Me, wow. I'm actually I'm actually tired. Well, tired isn't the problem. It's the what comes after. It's almost there. 2 minutes. It's registering all the COM components, which, it's registering the COM components, populating the registry. Um, no, it's really mostly COM, if you're really going to get right down to it. I just don't know why it takes this long. Oh, you know what it probably is? It probably has to register data for System Restore, because Millennium Edition was the first version with that. And registering every DLL is probably what it's doing right now. So it can restore, it can detect if it's been modified and restoring them. So that actually would make a lot of sense of why Millennium Edition is so much slower. On 9X, actually I don't remember where the hives are on 9X. They've probably, I know they're in the Windows folder. Are they just in System 32? It's like, I've never actually done the delete Windows System 32 while the system's running thing. Uh, Not that it's that easy to actually do, but be kind of interesting to see what happens. Thanks, Zero. Yeah, so the sections of the registry are actually called hives, if you just want your little bit of rare, obscure trivia about Windows. Okay, it's at the end. Here it comes. I'm going to be amused if the CD-ROM drive is actually there. Oh, look, there's the drum. It just came later. So Raymond Chen actually explained it. Apparently, the person who designed the Windows registry also kept bees. Yeah, I mean, it's harder to bork up Windows in a single command, unlike Linux, but it's still pretty easy to bork up if you're determined to do it. Okay, we can just we can, let's find out. We're gonna find out if it sees that CD-ROM drive. The answer is no, but we can try and fix this. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely more under the hood changes in Millennium Edition than I think most people give credit to. But no, I don't think the CD-ROM drive is going to work. I suspect it's an emulation glitch problem, but there are probably ways to fix it. Yeah, so it doesn't work. But that's free for free with only a little bit of fiddling. Also, it didn't play that video, but maybe that's because we're in a low resolution mode. So, um, I think I'm going to call it here. Oh, I didn't expect that. I should have expected that because it's such an old BIOS. So actually, yeah, so I think I'm going to call it here just because I am really, really beat. So I'll give it a moment for questions. Like, we'll spend a minute or two, and then I'll call it here. So, no, I shouldn't do that because God knows the Jeopardy theme, like, yeah. I mean, this screen is actually caused by ACPI tables. You can it's present as far as XP, and it is apparently in the code for Vista, but Vista requires ACPI. All right. Anyway, Oh, hold on. I love that comment. It is now safe to turn off your NCommander. All right. This is your host, NCommander, signing out, wishing you all a pleasant day. If you've enjoyed this content, I would normally put plugs here to my various services, but you guys are so awesome that I don't feel